Hello friends, today we are going to start a new course, a complete Vue JS course. In this course, we will discuss all the things related to Vue and step by step how to install, how to create application and all the topic we will discuss. So before that, we need to know what is Vue JS. Actually, Vue JS is a progressive JavaScript framework used for building user interfaces and single page applications like SPAs. So the new thing is, what is a progressive JavaScript framework? Let's discuss on some things on that. Actually, the progressive JavaScript framework is you can start with the core library and you can add your features as you need. Okay, such as you can say the routing, state management, testing. So what you want, you can do. So this is progressive JavaScript framework, and the SPA is single page application. So single page application is a website or a web application, you can say, that dynamically rewrite a current web page with a new data from the web server instead of the default method of web browser loading the entire new pages. Okay, so the next thing is why we use the Vue.js. Yes, the first thing is building websites and web applications. So Vue.js simplifies the process of creating dynamic and engaging user interfaces. Development space means developing a single page applications. It's popular choice of building SPAs, providing a framework for managing complex applications, logics, and renderings. Also, enhancing static HTML, that means it can be used to add interactivity and functionality of existing static HTML pages without requiring a build step. One of the most important things is SSR. Also, we'll discuss later on those topics when we're going through our courses. So SSR is server-side rendering. Vue.js can combine with server-side rendering to improve SEO and initial page load performance. The next thing is component-based development. Actually, it facilitates the component-based development and it's allowing developers to build a reusable UI components and improve your organizations. Actually, it will help to clear and very good code so that the repeated code we can avoid. Okay, so these are the things why we use the Vue.js. So what are the advantage of Vue.js? Okay, so first, it's easy to learn. Okay, so Vue.js has a relatively low learning curve, making it accessible to developers of various experience levels. Also, obviously, it is a lightweight and performant. Okay, so it's lightweight and which contributes to faster page load times and more responsive user experience. Also, it's flexible and easy adaptable. This is like a same easy to learn and use. Actually, it used in a variety of defined context, from simple enhancement to complex SPAs. Okay, the strong community and ecosystem, it is always good if you have a strong community so that you can search in Google what you need, and always you will get support from the community. Okay, great. The next thing is we need to discuss what are the topics we will discuss in our courses. The first thing we'll discuss some introduction, setup, and overall structure, and we'll introduce with the file structure and how the code will start, and then we'll start the templates and interpolations and the important topic directives like conditional directives, how to create a loop, how to use the model, and next reactivity and binding. So there may have different type of binding, let's one-way binding, both way, or you can say the two-way binding and the class binding, style binding, also the CSS. Okay, And the next is components. That is you can say the local component, global component, how to use that. And the most important thing is data passing through the components, how to pass the data. Firstly, this Vue.js is actually the component based architecture, so we never rewrite the same code again and again. So we need to pass data from one component to another component to make it more user interactive. And you will have some events like JavaScript, but there is a different way how to write events, and there are some advanced things also. So we'll discuss on events. And there is a life cycle, means how the Vue.js actually works, how the methods, how the components, how all the things. It means everything has a life cycle. We'll discuss here in the life cycle related things. And the router, the thing is how to navigate, means when you're going to create applications, throughout the application you can navigate through the Vue router. There is an option of state management, there is a Vuex, we'll use that things also. We will call the APIs, obviously the front end frameworks we need to call APIs. We'll get support from the Axios also. And the most important things, in every time we need the from handling validations. And if you need to upload files, how to do and how to handle that things, we'll discuss here. And we'll discuss some advanced concept like SSR compositions API, teleport lifecycle hooks with the options API, then dynamic component, how to use slots, will how to use provider, and share the custom directives, render functions. So all the things we'll do here. And lastly, we'll use the performance optimizations, how to write a better code, and how to do all the things so that your application will get the better performance. And we'll create some mini project also after completing the course. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue.js tutorial. In this video, we are going to discuss about how to install Vue with your application. So you can see this is the official documentation, and here you can see the quick start. Actually, to use Vue.js, we have two options basically. One is using npm, or you can use Vue.js for large application. And for small application, if you want to create, then you can directly use CDN. Okay, so basically in this series we are going to discuss about with for large project, means we will install through the npm, and will use as a project, will use as a framework. And in this video actually we are going to discuss about how to use CDN. Okay, and from tomorrow we will discuss with the global installation of Vue.js. Okay, so let's, here you can see we have created a blank folder, Vue tutorial, and this is the Visual Studio Code for editing purpose. Here I just going to create a file like index.html. Here we will simply use the Vue.js CDN. Okay, so just use the HTML broiler template, and here we can write Vue.js with CDN, and here write the same things with div, or you can write as h1, and Vue.js with CDN. So just go here and let's open this with the browser. Okay, great. Vue.js with CDN. So just open the inspect element section, and here we can see the console. This is the output we will going to create. Okay, so now here we need to use the CDN. So to use CDN, basically we need to use this link. This is the CDN link, and here just copy this and just paste it inside your application before the head section closed. Okay, and here using CDN we don't need to install your applications, and it's great for testing Vue.js. Actually, if you just go here I just going to create a div, and suppose my div name is app. Okay, and here we just going to create a Vue.js applications, and we are just going to render the section into these app sections. So for this, inside the script section we need some things, means we're just going to use the create app sections, and here this is the id. Whatever we will write in the script section, it will mount into the app. So this is the basic structure, means inside the script we will write the Vue.js code, and whatever we will write, all the things will go into the app sections. All right. Now simply I just created a create app sections, and here we can write in this way, means suppose just use the data functions, and inside the data we can write hello world. This is a message, this is the variable you can see. So this is the Vue variable. So all the things we need to define in the data section. So from the data section we are returning message, and we are writing something hello world. And here in the template section, this is the part from where we can access, or simply you can close this, and this message we can render from here. So instead of these things we can write here inside the app, whatever will get or whatever will initialize into these sections, we can access from this app div. Okay, now if you just go and check, you can see the output. So hello world. So this hello world actually coming from here. This is the variable. If you want to create another things, means suppose we just going to write anything like h3, and here we just going to write the heading part. Okay, simply write heading 3, and we to create this type of variable, so simply just declare in this way heading 3, and here write this is heading 3. So all the things we can declare from here, and all the variables we can add with a comma separated, and this is actually the JSON type. That the reason actually we need to use the colon for key and value. So simply just go here, and you can see this is heading 3. These things are actually for a small project, means if you're going to create a large application, you don't need to use this. Actually this will not work in this way. For your existing application, suppose you want to integrate some part to your application, that time it's help, but it's not good to start. Actually from next day we are going to start with the basic installations. Okay, so this is the way we can use the Vue CDN to use the Vue. Okay, so this is all about things, and we are not going to discuss about this CDN related things. We will use the full phase Vue application from upcoming videos. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, we are going to discuss about a Vue.js tutorial. In this video we are going to install Vue.js with a command line interface. Okay, so here we have just created the Vue tutorial folder. Here we just going to open a command prompt, and here we will install our Vue.js application using the CLI command. Okay, last day we discussed about using the CDN, but it is not help for large projects. We are going to discuss about installing with a CLI for large application. Okay, so before that we need to know some things, means we need to use we need to install a Node.js. So if you want to check node -p whether Node.js is already installed or not, so we need a node installation first, and if you see this version, that means we have installed our node into our system. Now here another things, npm minus v, means using these things we can understand what is the our npm version. So here you can see my npm version is 10.8.2. so you need to have node and npm installed before installing Vue.js with a command line interface. Okay, now to install Vue CLI we need to use these things. Using npm we will install, so npm I or install anything, I is the short form, @vue/CLI. So basically this will install your Vue CLI, and if you want a global installations that time you can use this -g. So by entering it will install actually Vue CLI into your application. So this will take some time to install, and after that we can create our Vue applications. Okay, so let's pause this video for some times. After installation we'll get back. So our Vue CLI installed. There you can see some warning. Actually, these some commenter or some package are depreciated. Actually, version is always changing. There's a reason it's showing some warning. No problem on that. So if you don't get any error, that means you're absolutely okay. Okay. So let's clear this. And now I'm going to install our. Now I'm going to create our applications. So Vue CLI just installed. That's the reason we can access this Vue command. Okay, so simply write Vue create, and suppose my application name is anything, my app. Okay, just enter this. So it will create a my app folder, and that will be our application folder. Means inside this directory it will create a my app directory, and that will be your project folder. Inside the my app you will get all the things, right? It also takes some time to install to create your application. So first it will create our the package JSONs, and then all the folders or files will generate. So these are asking some questions, so you can move by click on arrow. So Vue CLI 5.0.8, so please pick a preset. Okay, so default you want to use Vue 3 or Vue 2, and manually select features. So I just want to install the latest one, so Vue 3 I just entered, and it will install, and based on that it will creating the project. So you can see the path: see users, show more, desktop, Vue tutorial, my app. So if we go here you can see a new folder is created, my app, and inside this its package.json is created, and all the related folder will create. So this might take a while. So our application is created, and just closing these things for now. And now we need to go inside my application. So simply write cd my app, and here just open the Visual Studio Code. So simply using code space dot. So here you can see the Visual Studio Code. This is or this will be my editor for this application. So you can see these lots of folders and files are generated. Now to run the application, simply we can run in this way: npm run serve. So first time it will take time, but after that it will not take much time. Okay, so now you can see some things. So just go to the here. Now inside the src you can see there is main.js file. Okay, actually this file is responsible to mount, means we last day we discussed about we need to mount into the particular id section. This is the app. Now if you just go here inside the public folder, you will get the index.html. Here we can see this app. Actually inside this app this main.js is mounting, and what actually mounting, these are mounting the app.vue data. Okay, so whatever we'll create will mount in here, means inside the main.js we are calling this app.vue, and all the things are exporting, and we are getting output from the browser. So let's just check whether application started or not. Yes, starting development server. So it will take some time for first time, and after that we can see a new URL will generate, and in that URL we can see our application is in running. Okay. So here you can see a new URL is generated, and if you go into this URL, you can see in your application will run from here. Means click on this, so you can see the welcome to your Vue.js.app. Okay, now this is the guidance, or if you get some links here, you can see there's a Vuex, Vue Router, so you can check. This is the home page. Actually, these are coming from this app.vue. Okay, so this is the welcome to your Vue.js app. So this is the welcome to Vue.js app, and this is the logo, and other things are coming from this hello world component. Means if you check inside the components, there is a hello world view. So all the things you will get from here, but you can understand all the things because I don't have discussed about that things. So our project is installed and it's running in our browser. That's enough for this tutorial. Next day we'll introduce all the file sections and all the folders. Okay, after that, step by step we'll are going to learn each and everything, why and how these are working, and how to create our real life applications. We'll discuss all the things in our this video series. Okay, so hope you will like this video, and please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Welcome back to Vue.js tutorial series. So last video we discussed about how to install Vue.js with CLI and how to run. So I installed and run, and this application is running in this port, that is localhost 8080. You can see the output. That's it. I not said anything else about that. Okay. Now the thing is, when we install our Vue application using CLI, then we got some folders or files. You can say there is lots of files and folders we are getting. Actually, these are creating these applications, so we can see the output. So before start with the coding part, or before start with any other things, we should know what is this and what actually the purpose of these files and folders. So firstly, if you see, there are mainly 3 folders outside, and there are lots of files here. So let's say, or let's discuss step by step. So firstly, we can see that is the node modules. So you know that what is node modules. Actually, these are the generated files and folders. You can see in the folders you have lots of files. Actually, we don't need to do anything about node modules. To run our applications, we need node modules. Actually, it will generate when we install our npm, right? And these node modules actually generating from the package.json. Actually, these are lots of dependencies and dev dependencies, and there are other things we have in our package.json. And based on package.json, we have a package log.json. So what is the package log.json? Actually, suppose we have a dependencies like Vue, or you can say the code.js 3.8.3. There are 2 folders. So why are there lots of files and folders we getting here? The reason is when we install the Vue, that time Vue internally depend on some others package, or you can say these Babel core are dependent with the others package. Code.js is dependent on others package. So all the package and their related package are installed when we install our npm. Okay, so all the details actually present in package log.json. So here you can see, if you search the code.js like here, and if you check, you can see that is the code.js 3.8.7. And here you can see the code.js compact, code.js. There are lots of pair dependencies, and there are lots of, you don't need to think about that things. Actually it will install all the dependencies and all the related dependencies from here. Okay, so never work on package log.json, and never delete your package.json. Actually this is the core file. Based on that, all the node modules files and folders are generating. Okay, so you can understand what is node modules and what is the package.json and package log.json, right? The next folder is public. Actually you can understand from the name, actually it contains some static assets, and you can say the HTML pages. Okay, so when we actually getting this output, the outputs actually it's coming from some index, that is the index.html. So here you can see the div id app. This div is the main part where all the applications is mounting in these div sections. Means whatever we'll write, whatever we'll do, whatever create a component or anything, if you want to see anything in a browser, all the things will come and display from these sections. Actually these are mounting, right? And these are the another file, that is a fabicon.ico. The next folder is src. You can understand all your Vue app logics lives here. Okay, like main.js. If you go main.js, you can see the create app. So before that we have importing the app Vue, and we are using the create app. We are importing the create app from the Vue. Vue is installed. That's the reason we are getting all the things. It's actually, if you have little concept on ES6 or means ECMAScript concept, you can understand how to import or export your files. It will help. Okay. The thing is, we are getting the create app from the Vue, and all the things will mount in the app has app. Actually this app is this index.html app. If you change, then it will never render. Means this app will be the same name as index.html, this id, right? The next thing is, or you can say the main.js is the entry point of JavaScript file. Okay, another important thing from the src folder is app.vue. Okay, so you can see the assets logo.png, and there are some things you will get. Actually this is the root Vue component, right? It acts as the main layout, or you can say the wrapper. Actually this is the templates tag. All the things will come into here, and it's actually wrapping all your applications. Finally it exporting the default, and actually whatever we'll get inside this app Vue we are exporting, and from main.js we'll get all the things, right? So we'll get better understanding when you start our coding, when you start our applications. So this is the main part. Actually how it's working, I just want to discuss with you, right? And the thing is, there are two folders inside the src folder, that is the assets and components. So assets, actually for static resource like logo.png, you can see inside the assets logo.png we are using. So in this way we can access the assets folder file from anywhere of your applications. Make sure you have put it the proper path. Okay, this is the static resource, like you can use the image, logos, or you can use your global styling, whatever. Okay, and the important file or import folder is components. So inside the components folder all the components will be there, right? Or you can create your subfolders or anything. But suppose from the app view we are calling some things the hello world view, right? So this is the hello world view. If you want to add some files into some child directive means components, and just write here child hello world, then you can create a folder inside the components. Under the components there should have a directory like child, and inside that child folder you will put your hello world view, then it will work, no problem, right? So in this way we can do, but all the components should remain in the components folder, and you should import your components file with the proper path. Okay, just mention your proper path and it will work. It's easy, no problem on that. Okay, and the thing is there are no other thing in the src, but if you using some things like when you're going to start our applications, we need some routing, we need some different type of things. If you need, then we'll get all the things into the src. Okay, we'll discuss on that later. So first we will discuss what is by default we are getting when we are creating our applications. So src is done. Now this is the git ignore file. Actually it is managing for git. We know all that what is the purpose of git, for version controlling. Okay, the thing is we know that package log.json and package.json we already discussed. The thing is babel.config.js. So you may have questions of what is the thing. So babel config, actually this is nothing. Babel settings actually to allow the modern JavaScript features. So if you use the Vue CLI, then you will get this babel config.js. If you use byte, you will not get that things. Okay, actually this is the default folder. We don't need to change nothing about any, we don't need to change any things into here. Sometimes for advanced purpose, or sometimes some requirement, if you want to add some things you can add. Okay, so this is the different part, but by default we are using the Vue CLI plugin babel preset, right? And the thing is their Vue config.js. Actually Vue config.js is nothing. This is the another CLI configuration file used to customize your webpack or a dev server proxies. This is okay. So I think all the files and folders we covered, which we get when we install our Vue application using CLI. Okay, so from next day we are going to work. We are going to start coding with our application. We'll start learning step by step each and everything. So please stay with us, and if you like this video, please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. In this video we are going to discuss about data binding. Okay, basically in Vue JS there are many types of binding, many types of data binding. Actually one-way binding, two-way binding, there have event bindings, attribute or class binding, style binding. Okay, so we'll discuss all the things step by step. So in this video we are going to discuss about one-way binding. So what is one-way binding? So one-way data binding in Vue.js, that means the data flows in only one direction. From the model, that means JavaScript data, this is the script section. So this is the model, this is the JavaScript data, and this is the HTML section or Vue data. Means whatever we'll write inside this template section will display. So this is the Vue data, this is the model. Okay, so inside the script all is model, this is the Vue. So from the model to the Vue, this is the one directional, that means it's one-way binding. So what are the purpose of that things? Suppose we have a hello world, right? Now I want to make interpolation or data binding, means I want to make it dynamic. So how we can do this? So inside the export default section we can define the data. Like other framework, we can define data here. Here simply write data, and here I just going to write a message. Okay, and I just going to write hello Vue. So I declared a variable message inside the model, and I want to display from the view. I mean, this is the message, and if I want to display from the view, then we can write in this curly braces. Then we'll get the same output. Means hello view view from webpack. Okay, so we will get the hello view from webpack. Means whatever we will write means we will getting display. So we cannot modify that things. We'll just whatever we are getting we can display. So that's the reason we can say these flows are one directional. Means whatever we have data in a model, we can bind that things into the view. This is the reason why we can say this is the data binding. Suppose this is simple a message, means we have any string type of data. If you want any object, if you want to create, you can create. Suppose let's say another examples, means we have a user information. So simply write user, and here we can define suppose like name John, and we can write age something, age 30. Okay, now if you want to display that things into your application, we can write in this here. So right here is 3 name, and this is the static HTML code. Here write user name, and age is user age. So here you can say the name John and age 30. Means if you want to access the internal data or child's data, means from this is the main variable, inside the variable this is the JSON type of variable. So we can access user.name, that means user.name, and we are getting the John. User.age, we are getting the age. So in this way we can write, means whatever we have in model we can get into the HTML view, right? So this is the one-way binding. The syntax is double curly braces open and double curly braces close. So here these things actually called the interpolation. Okay, so this is the things, and if you wrap up that things, so in simple word, what is one-way data binding? The firstly, data flows from the components model to the view. It can be changed from the view. Okay, and the second things need to remember, it's typically used for displaying static or dynamic data that should not be edited by the user directly. So one-way data binding keeps the flow of data simple and predictable. Means whatever we will write in model or whatever declare in model, we can just access. Okay, so making it ideal for display information to users that does not require user input. So that time only we will use the one-way data binding. So next video we are going to discuss about two-way data binding or both-way data binding. Okay, so this is simple, and we will discuss small topics in each video so that you can understand clearly. And if you get any problems, you can comment in the comment section. So see you in the next video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. Last video we discussed about one-way data binding. In this video we are going to discuss about the two-way data binding. So one-way data binding was the one directional, means inside the model whatever we declare we can see from the view. Means this is the model, the script section, and inside the template section these are the view sections. Means whatever we write will get into the output. This is the browser. Okay, so two-way data binding is the both way, means from the model we can send data to view, and similarly from the view we can get data to the model. So how we can do this? So here for two-way data binding, we need to get some input from the view. Means suppose we just going to create a input type field input, and suppose here write input type text, and to declare any two-way data binding we need to add the v model. Okay, so v model is the tag, or you can say the attribute. Using that we can dynamically, means we can use the two-way data binding, means from that v model whatever we'll name we'll get the data from here. Means we just removing that things and we are using the v model. So here the message is something, so that the reason we are getting the v model equal to message, so we are getting the output as something. Inside the keyword we can write. Okay, so let's change. We are displaying something change, and here you can see the change is happening. Means this is the default. We are going to declare the variable and we are going to assign some variable. So we cannot understand how the two-way data binding happen. Now if I just going to display that things, means here we are going to display the message also. So we will type here, we will get the message. This is the model property. We are displaying the change. Also we are getting the change here because we are using the same. Now the thing is, when you're going to type something, suppose 1 2 3 4, we can see the input field we are writing, and as we are using the v model, means two-way data binding, that's the reason the message property also changes, and these changes are affecting into here. Right? Means we are changing from here. This message, this variable is affecting here, means overwriting the data, and now this change became the data from the message, and also we are getting output from here. Means here if you write start Vue JS, so we can see instantly we are getting output from here. Means this is the message we are printing, the value is changing, that's the reason we are getting, right? So this is actually the two-way data binding. Let's do something. Actually here the thing is, this is the default. Means if you by default don't assign anything, so it's not showing anything. Now if you start typing, so type something, so we are getting, right? Now the next thing is, if I want to do the same for username or age, by default we are providing the name John, age 3. So for forms we can do the same things. Suppose here we just write the same things, means input, and here write v model, or you can write the type text. Okay, and v model username, and same v user age. This is the v model user dot name, v model user dot age. So here by default the name is John, age is 30. So here we are getting the data from here. Now I just going to print the same things, means already we printed that things, we just want to cut and paste it here, right? Now if you just see, we can see the name John, age 3. By default just changing, and I'm just getting the blank, so simply write the age is blank, so the name and age are blank. Now just write here name is learning point, and the age is suppose something 4. So name is learning points and age is 4, and here you can write John 25. So we are getting, so actually the two-way data binding is happening, means with the typing of that things, means when we entering any things from the view we are getting effect in the model. by default model is blank, that's the reason we are not getting anything. So if you just write here, write something or some name, by default I just writing the name is John and age is 30. So by default it's right, the name is John, age 30, and I'm changing John to any others. It means we just write Clark, or here write Ronnie, and age is 26. We are getting the output. Means dynamically we are changing, or we are getting the output instantly. Okay, so these are the most useful things for reactive JavaScript applications. Actually, these will use in every places, and let's see some use cases where we can use this two-way data binding. Okay, so what to use two-way data binding? So firstly, we just displayed the forms. We can use the input section, text area sections, select sections, no problem on that. Then if you want some data into the tables, and if you want to inline edit the tables data or list, you can use that things. Means whatever, means where you will want to get any dynamic data, means you will enter some things, you can use that things. Means for live search inputs, means when you search something or type something, and it will getting into the model, so that from the model whatever we want to respond, we can respond. And then the toggle switches, checkbox, and any UI element that needs to sync with the data. So all the places we can use the two-way binding. So hope you are clear now what is one-way data binding and one is two-way data binding. So these are the two important things which always you need to write, always you need to use in your applications. So hope it is clear to you, and still if you have any queries, please comment in the below comment section. Next day we are going to discuss about some advanced things. Means with the binding we'll discuss event binding. That's the important things, right? So please keep in touch, and please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Hello friends, we are discussing about Vue JS. Last we discussed about the data binding. That means we already discussed about one-way binding, two-way binding. In this video we are going to discuss about event binding. Okay, so let's remove this now, and we'll discuss event binding. Right now I just removing all the things we added in the last video. Okay, so what is actually event binding? Event binding is the process of listening DOM events. Means we already used in normal JavaScript like a click event, on change event, on submit, on input, anything. Okay, so in this video we are going to discuss about that things with a Vue. Okay, so how we can do this? So for that we need basically two things, two symbol we need to use. We'd use one is Vue on directives, and these things we can write in short, that is at the rate. Okay, so by using these things we can, so Vue on directives and at the rate, so both we can use, and using that things we can do the event binding operations. Okay, so let's take an example. Suppose we have a button, and here in the button here write something that is click, and here I just going to add some event, means on click event. We can write in this way, Vue on, we can write Vue on click. Okay, and the function's name, means when we click on the click button, when you click on the button, I just here write my function. So this is the my functions, and here when you click on that things, the my function will call. In Vue.js, in the export default sections, we can add another thing. Just like data, we can write a method sections. Okay, and inside the methods we can add anything. So means whatever we write, we can write here. Means whatever methods we want, we can write here. So simply just click on that things, we are getting hello. Means we can interact with the DOM. Just like if we just add the shorthand, it means we just already said, instead of v1, we can write here @ okay. And same things, if you click on that things, we are getting the help. So you can understand how to respond with the DOM, means how to listening to the DOM, right? Now let's take an example and do some things with the data binding and event binding. So here I want to declare one variable just like count, and by default we are going to set that is count is 0, and let's take here with a span and just printing the count. So for now we are getting the count is 0. So here I want to do one things. So when we click on this click button, it will increment. Okay, so here write increment. So it will increment the value of this count. So if you check the value of the count, then we know that to get the value, we can see this dot count. This is the value, and if you click on that, we can see this count variable, this count value from this method. So click on that, we are getting 0. If you click on that, that is the count is 10, then increment by click on that things, we are getting the 10. Means we can get access of this count from this my function with this dot count with this object. So now I want to do, if you click on this button, it will increment the value. So simply just remove the alert section, and I just want to increment the value. So simply write plus plus, we can know that. So now simply refresh, we are getting 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, whatever we want. Means we are getting access of this variable, we are binding that variable with the incremented value, and we are displaying that things based on the event binding. So when you click on the click event, means when you click on the button, that means we are calling the click event. That is the my functions. Here this is the my functions, and the my functions doing what it's incrementing the value from 1, means from 0 next, incrementing the value to the next one. Okay, so 0 to 1, then 2, then 3. Okay, so it's incremented. So this is a simple example with a event binding. Let's take another things, means I want to check, or I want to add some dynamic value. I want to get some dynamic value when we're entering some input field. How we can do this? So simple, I want to interact with the events actually. Means I just adding another thing. So let's add some beer, no problem, and you can write another beer so that it will get a space from here. Now I just going to add some input field, input, and just write something input v model count. No, I don't need this. Actually I want to handle the input event. Okay, so simply write input. When you click on this, and I am going to call, or going to create a new functions or new method, handle input. Okay, and you can write something here, that is placeholder. This is the HTML attribute, enter text. Okay, or enter something, anything. So this is the method. So I need to create in the same way, just add the comma separated value and handle event, and here we can see the event here. Okay, and I want to see that things into here. So simply just write span, and you can write you entered, entered, you entered something. I have not declared any variable for right now, so simply write message, and by default message is 0, and I want to bind with this variable. So simply write you enter message, and when we just going to click on this handle input functions, that time we are setting the value this dot message equal to event dot target dot value. So just write here. So let's add my name, show more. So when you click on these things, or when you typing, means we are using the input event. So when we just type in here, it binds the data with the message, and it's printing here, means in the message we are getting the output. Okay, so this is the model variable we are binding and printing here. So we are using the two-way binding. Last we said always we need to add or always we need to use the one-way and two-way binding in every places. Okay, so both, so for this it will increment something or some value to the next value, and it's the next things, means input we are handling with the event. Okay, so you can understand how we can access with the event binding. Okay, so there are lots of options like click event, input event, change event, submit event, any event whatever we have in JavaScript we can do in the same way. Just like we are going to add any methods, and you create your own methods, and inside the methods whatever you want you can do. Okay, so this is basically the event binding. So you can understand, and still if you want still if you have any queries about this video, please comment in a below comment section. So next day we are going to discuss about another type of binding, that is attribute binding. Okay, so there is the interesting things. Okay, so please keep in touch, and please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. So thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Hello friends, we are discussing about Vue JS. We are actually discussing the binding section. So we already covered one-way binding, two-way binding, and then the event binding. In this video we are going to discuss about the attribute binding. Okay, so this is the super useful when you want to dynamically set any HTML attributes, like what, like href or src or any tags. If you want to bind, then we can bind with this attribute binding. Okay, so how to bind? Two things we need to know, the two things, that is, one is bind, or simply in short we can write colon. Okay, so just see one example, right? So here I want to add some things, means I want to create a anchor tag, and I want to bind some things. Means suppose here write a href equal to something. Okay, and here just write a href, and here write learning points. So by default this is my website. I just added the href. So this is the static link. Let's remove these things. This is the static link. When you click on this, it will go to the learning points dot in this my site, right? So let's add some beer here so that it will not be confusing. Okay, so this is the learning point. So click on this, so it will go to the website actually. Okay, now here I want to do some things, means I want to bind these things with the model. So here we can define, suppose I am going to define one URL. Here write URL, and here I just going to write URL is http learning points.in, and we can access, we can use these things here. How? Simply write with the interpolations with the colon actually the URL. Now it will get some error, actually it will not work. To work with these things we have two options, at bind href, then you will get these things, Vue bind href. You can see here the learning points dot in, or in shorthand we can write. So let's add some target blank here so that it will open into the new tab. So target blank, and now click on this, it will go to the learning points website. All right, and another way, in short, we don't need to write Vue bind, so simply we can write this colon also. It will work same like the Vue bind. Okay, so it will work. So in this way we can bind any other things also, like src, or suppose we are just going to import some things like image, and let's write image tag, and here I just going to add some src link, src, and suppose src is just open image in new tab, and this is the image URL. Okay, now just go here, we can see the image is appeared. Okay, so we can bind these things into here. So simply just like src, this is a colon src, and now this link actually we can dynamic from the model. Okay, so simply write image URL, or just write define the URL, and we can use this image URL from here so that the image will appear. Okay, so in this way we can bind the attribute. This is very simple. Okay, so this is nothing extra things here. So this is very simple, so we can understand one-way binding, two-way binding, then event binding, and attribute binding. So next day we are going to discuss about the class binding. Class binding, dynamic class binding, if you want to add multiple class, if you want to add conditional class, so we can bind in this way. Okay, so please keep in touch, and hope you can understand this video. And still, if you have any queries about this video, please comment in the below comment section. So thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Hello friends, we are discussing Vue JS. In this video we are going to discuss about class binding. Okay, so here you can see the class is active and the status is showing active. So I just written the status active and nothing else we have. Okay, I need to dynamic these things, means based on the status we can change the color of these things, and we can do this dynamically with the class binding. Okay, so firstly let's create some styling, or let's add some class here so that we can style. So here I just going to create two class, one is active, one is inactive. So for active it will set as green, or for inactive it will set as red. Okay, so simply write a style, and let's use quote. Okay, and let's close the style tag. Okay, also let's close this also. And now the thing is, I just going to create a two class. If active, then green, or here I just want to add another class. If inactive, then class is red. Okay, so we added two class, one is active, another is inactive. So here I just added the class is active, there's a reason it's showing as green. Okay, and if you change to the inactive, then it will become the red. Okay, active, active, or inactive. Okay, so whatever. Now I just going to do these things dynamically. Okay, now I just want to add some variable, and let's use is active, and here by default I just making it true. Okay, now here based on that things we will change this class. So let's add the class binding, so we can write simply Vue bind class, and here we can write the is active. is active. And here we can just add the condition. This is the ternary operator. Is active, then we can write active, or if is active is false, then we can add the inactive. Okay, so just wrap these things so that you can understand clearly. And Vue Router. Okay, so this is the ternary operator we can write. Now here another things, based on that things we can write the conditions also. So simply just write these conditions here with the interpolations. Okay, so now we defined this is active is true. So if we change true to false, then you can see the output, that is status inactive, that is it's become red, as the inactive color is red, and the text is also changed to inactive. Okay, so by this example we can understand how to do class binding and how to use the conditional binding here. Okay, so this is the simple binding. So the next thing is, if you want to add multiple class, how we can do this? So for this we have two options. Now if you want to add multiple class, we can write in this way. Okay, so just write in this, and here we can add multiple class. And here if you just write here simple text, so say you write message or something, anything, so no problem. I want to add a multiple class. So here we can do one thing. The first class is active, and here active is active, so it will detect this variable, so that it will affect on that things. So here we are defining two things. One is active and another is error. Okay, so we are not adding any conditions, we are adding some things. Means if active, then it will green, if error, it will red. Okay, so simply here write this is true. Okay, now we can add another class. If this is the error, then we can write something has error. Okay, so now we need to add these things. So simply just write here error, or the variable name is has error, and we need to create a color, or we need to create a style, that is error. So for error, the class will be the red, the color will be the red. For active, the color will be the green. And here we can see we are passing two things, is active and has error. So if is active true, then the class will appear, or if is active is has error is true, then it will appear. So first time the is active is false, that means it's not accepting this color. So then the has error is true, so the error color is getting. Now if you change, so here just write is active is true, means I want to change the active to true, and here it's right false to error, means it is okay. So sorry, false spelling mistake, FALAC, false. So now if you see, the color became changed, the color became green, because the active is now true. Okay, so in this way we can add multiple class, and we can do the class binding, and same things can be happen if you remove that things also. If you just write simple colon, that will also right. So this is the class binding. So next we are going to discuss about error binding in our upcoming video. So please keep with me, and please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Hello friends, we are discussing Vue JS. So in this video we are going to discuss about style binding. We discussed about one-way binding, two-way binding, event binding, attribute binding, class binding in our last video. In this video we are going to discuss about a style binding. Okay, So how can I do this? Simply, style binding is nothing, means if you want to declare something, binding means there will have some things into the model and you need to pass that things into the view. Okay, view means is the template inside the template sections. Okay, so let's define something. Suppose I just defining text color red or anything. Suppose I just going to write blue. Okay, and then I just want to write the font size, suppose 20 px. Okay, now here I just want to use this style into here. So simply just write inside the div, we can write v bind style. Okay, so to use these things here, we need to simply write to bind style, we simply write we need to use the v bind colon. Okay, so we can get the message is in blue, also the font size is 20 px. So let's change 20 to 30 or 20 to 30. You can see it's become more large. Okay, so the dynamic style binding happening. Same things we can do with the shortcut key, means shorthand. We don't need to write a v bind. So here you can see the same things can happen. Instead of blue, just write green. We can see the green. Okay, no problem. So this is the style binding. Okay, now let's go in deep. So let's discuss with some advanced things. Okay, now if you want to use some conditional style binding, how can I do this? Simply inside the style, just write two things. Means I just going to write another variables is warning. Means if anything warning happen, then what happened? Okay, so I just added a data and data into the model, and I want to binding, and based on that we can add some conditions. Okay, now just write if is warning is true, and just use the ternary operator. If is something is warning is true, then it will appear as red, otherwise it will appear as green. So by default just is warning is true, so it's looking as a red. Okay, and if you change true to false, then it will appear as a green. Okay, just like condition. So in this way you can add condition. Now binding style with the object means here color, we have a color, we have font size, we have something defined, but I want to add a total set of style. Means here I just writing anything, means we just declaring custom style, and here I just defining many things. Means suppose color is green, then I just writing the font size is 50 px, no problem, and write font weight, it's bold. Okay, so the custom style have this three property. So simply if you just include this custom style here, we'll get all the things in a single ones. Means you can see these are appearing as a bold, 50 px and green. Just like if you add any class in the css, then you can add that things here. So simply you can define into the and return into the data sections, and we can add this object, and complete the style object can be added here. Okay, so this is actually the style binding. So hope you can understand what is style binding and how to do that things. So if you have any queries about this video, please comment me in below comment sections. The next video we are going to discuss about Vue JS methods. Means what are the methods and how to handle with the methods. Okay, we will discuss in depth. So keep in touch and please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. In this video, we are going to discuss about methods in Vue JS. Okay, so what is method and the use of method we will learn step by step. Okay, so first of all, method in Vue JS, or you can say the functions in Vue JS are defined within methods object. I will discuss with the coding, but let's understand. The methods can be declared within method objects of Vue component. They are used to encapsulate reusable logic and can be called from the template or other methods within the component. Okay, so we can understand what is methods. Methods are commonly used for handling user events, performing calculations, manipulating data, and lots of purpose. Okay, so what is the use of methods? First of all, there may have multiple types of places we can use. Mainly we use for event handling, like it's commonly used to handle events triggered by any user interactions, like clicks event, from submissions means submit event, or any input changes event. So all the places we can use in methods. Okay, the next is reusability. You know that why we use functions, or else we need to maintain a good code. We don't need to write same code again and again, so we'll use functions or methods. Actually, it's allow to define a block of code once and call it multiple times within your component, right? Then the encapsulations, we can encapsulate our logics inside the methods, like methods helps to keep your template clean and readable by encapsulating complex logic within the functions or methods. Okay, then parameter passing, so we can make our methods dynamic using the simple parameter passing, just like a normal function. Since JavaScript, we can pass a parameter to the Vue methods also, right? And then we can use methods for DOM manipulations, like it can be used to direct manipulate the DOM, although it's generally recommended to use data binding and directives for most DOM updates, right? And another things, asynchronous operations, like methods can handle any asynchronous operations such as fetching data from APIs or setting timeouts. Means if you want to fetch any data from third-party API or the APIs, then we can create a simple methods, and that method will be responsible to get the data from the API. We can use methods in this way, and there are many purposes we can use methods. Okay, so let's take an example so that we will get a clear concept of that things. Okay, so you can see I already installed in this Vue series. I will install this application, and these are actually running here, Vue.js methods. So let's take an example so that we can understand how methods is actually working. Okay, so now here we can see this the templating sections is the Vue purpose. Whatever we write in the template sections, we can display from the browser, and this is our model part, export default name app, and this is the data section definitions part, right? Now simple, here I just going to write some things. Means here write let's declare a variable like message, and here it will declare like an object. Okay, so simply write hello Vue. Okay, now let's add this message here so that we can see these things from here. Okay, now just go here, we can see the hello Vue. Okay, now I want to create an event on button click, or I want to add a button. From that button, when you click on that things, I just want to change the message. Okay, now let's add a button here. So simple, just write a button, and here just write click. Okay, and I want to create a method, and I want to call this method from this button. We can call using the v on click and name the methods just like change message. Okay, this is the method's name. You can click in this way, or simply if you type this colon click, then it will work the same. Sorry, not colon, at the rate click, it will work same. Okay, the shortcut you can write at the rate, or you can write a p on. Okay, now I already said, so actually methods can be declared in the JSON object in the export default sections. So here just declare methods. Here means in Vue.js all the methods will come into this methods object. Okay, so here my method name is change message, and just write a change message here. Okay, and you can understand from our last video, we are using the message as a variable and we are displaying these things. So if you want to change some things, means if you want to access this message from the methods, then we need to use this, then the variable name this message, and here I just write, instead of hello Vue, changed the message. Okay, so that means when you click on these things, it will call the change message functions, and by these change message functions we can update these message data, means this message change the message. Okay, just go to the browser, simply we can say hello Vue, just click on this, change the message. So you can understand how we can handle our data, or how we can manipulate our DOM using this click event. We actually change our variables, we actually changed our data using the click functions. For in Vue there are lots of things like if you see my previous event handling videos, you can understand there are lots of event like click event, input event, and there are lots of event to have just like JavaScript. Here I just show you that how we can call the methods. Okay, so here this message is actually a reactive data property, and by this change message functions we change it. Okay, now another things, suppose I want to add parameterized method, means we can we already said that we can send parameter to the functions, so we can we can send the parameter. Okay, so this is the method, and here we are calling. Now I want to add some variable, so here just write just pass some data, means here write anything, that is John. Okay, I just passing a name, and here I just written this name here, so that whatever will pass from this parameter, it will take in the name sections. Now we can write in this way, that is just like normal JavaScript, simply write dollar name changed the message. Okay, now just go here, so by default it is hello Vue. If you click on this click functions, then John changed the message, means this John is coming through the parameter. So by using that things we can change, we can pass the parameter also, and using these functions we can get the parameter value, and we can just added these things into my string, so the message property is changed. So in this way we can create our functions and we can call our functions. If you want another functions, you need to define in the same methods object, just like here another functions, right? So this is another function, so you can do whatever you want. If you want another, then add the comma separated and then write some new functions. Okay, so this is the function name and you can write in this way. So all the functions should be declared in this methods object, whatever you want, right? All the functions will be declared here, and you can pass your data by the parameter. You can access any reactive data, means from these variable sections you can access all those things. Okay, so hope you can understand the basic Vue.js methods concept. So next day we are going to discuss about another thing, that is a computed property in Vue. Okay, so hope you will like this video, and please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, we are discussing Vue.js tutorial. In this video, we are going to discuss about computed properties in Vue.js. Okay, so what is computed property? Last day we discussed about functions, and we discussed all the things related to the functions. And now, what is computed properties in Vue.js? Actually, computed properties are just like functions which actually depend on data. Okay, they automatically update when the dependency changes. No problem, I will discuss with the code. I will take an example so that you can understand clearly. Okay, unlike methods, computed results are cached, so they don't need to rerun unless needed. Okay, this is the main property of computed results actually are in cached, so they don't rerun unless needed. Okay, so think of the computed properties as a dynamic value based on their reactive data. So just take a simple example so that we can clearly understand that things. Okay, so last day we discussed about these things. I just removing all the things, and here write computed, COMPUTED, computed properties, and just close the div. Sorry. Okay, and I just deleting all the method section we actually added in the last video. And here we can see a variable, it is declared the message. This is a hello Vue. I just going to add two things, means I will declare two reactive properties. One is the first name, suppose here write John, and another is last name. Okay, John Doe. Okay, now these are the reactive properties for Vue. Now I just going to display these things inside h1 tag. So simply write first name, and here write in this way first name. Just copy these things and paste it here, and I just going to add this last name. Okay, just add a beer for all cases so that it looks good. Okay, so you know these are the basic things, right? Now what computed properties do here means, if you just write here, if you just refresh, you can see the computed properties, first name John, last name Doe. I want to get the full name, so how can I do this? So simply just write here full name. Okay, so full name will be the first name plus last name, but this name will calculate, I want to calculate this name on the runtime using the computed properties. So for that you need to create another object, that is the name computed, and inside the computed properties just create a functions full name. Okay, and just call this full name. From here it will display the full name for this using the first name and last name. So simply just write return this dot first name and concatenate this dot last name. Okay, just go here, you can see the full name is John Doe. Okay, add colon here so that it will looks great. So you can see the full name is John Doe. Actually these are the computed properties. Okay, so whenever the first or last name changes, the full name automatically recomputes, right? So how you can understand these things? So instead of that things, if you add some things like here write input tag. Okay, so simply write here input type text and just declare Vue model first name, and same like here write last name. Okay, so here if you just go to the browser, here you can see the first name John, last name Doe. So here I just write Johnny. So you can understand these things are automatically calculated, means when the input changes, based on that the data also changes. So how it changes, I have not written any methods, we don't event any events, but it changes using the computed properties. So the important thing is whenever any properties, that is first name last name, is changes, the full name automatically recomputes. So that is the reason it's actually a computed properties. Okay, so let's take another great example. Sometimes you will need for a searching purpose. So let's change one things. So here I just going to declare I just want to add some things. Just write div div and just close the tag, and here I am just writing input type text, and here write Vue model, and I just want to define a Vue model for searching. Okay, so simply write search, and here I just write placeholder. Okay, so here write search data. Okay, and now I just going to define sorry, we need to close the tag. Okay, and here I just going to define one ULLI structure, and inside the li I just want to use loop, means here I just going to declare these things. First just write a reactive properties search. By default we are not searching anything, so by default it's blank. And now I just going to add some users, and there are lots of user can happen. So I just typing here some demo id 1 and name right John. Okay, so these are the things, and okay, these are good. Now I just going to declare another objects John, then something. So id 1, then 2, then 3, and here write John, then write Jack, and there are some different name. Suppose here write Smith. Okay. Now here I want to define a computed properties. So whenever we will search something, here we will search something, we will display that data, filter data inside these li sections. Okay, so just understand these things. So here using these users, we will going to filter the result. So here I just write filter user or filtered user. Okay, so this is my function's name, this is the computed property, and here I just going to return this dot and the value is users. So here you can see the users, this is the same name, users dot filter. Okay, and here I just going to filter these things. How? So here simply write user and then arrow functions, and here just write user dot name. So here we have a name. I want to filter with the name, and we can make it to lowercase, no problem, to lowercase, sorry, to lowercase, to these are the functions, and then I just want to include the result. Okay, so what we will include this search, this dot search, and I will search using the to lowercase. Okay, so if anything's in upper or lower, no problem, always I will filter with this to lower and will search using the to lower. Okay, so all the data we got from the filtered users using the computed properties. So here I just going to add these things into the li, and we just want to display these things using the for loop. So v4, and here write user in filter list, filtered users. Okay, and you know that the key user dot id. So whatever we'll get inside this user, so this is the id we got, user id, and let's display the value user's name or user dot name. Okay, now just go to the browser, now I want to search. Suppose I just write j, so you can see the j is here. Now just write jack or ja, so you can see it's filtered. So simply write sm smith, so it's filtered. Okay, so without interacting anything, means from the server side, just we are getting this object and we are filtering so fast. You can understand how easily we can do that things using the computed properties. So we can create a simple search options using the computed properties without affecting any affected time. Okay, so how fast we can do things means when by typing on the input things, we just filtering using the computed properties. Okay, so we can understand the computed properties. So just to wrap up that thing, so use computed when you want to create derived data based on your main data. First things you need to remember. The second things, computed is purely reactive and optimized with caching, right? And computed properties behave like smart variables that automatically stay up to date. So hope you can understand and do some experiment with yourself, and it will more clear to you. And if you got any confusion from this video, or if you're not clear or something you want to know from this video, this computed properties, you can comment me in the below comment sections. I will try to reply as soon as possible. Okay, so next day we are going to discuss about, we will come with a new topic. So please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. In this video, we are going to discuss about Vue JS conditional rendering, right? So what is conditional rendering? In Vue JS, conditional rendering is the process of showing or hiding any elements in the DOM based on condition. Simple. Vue provides a few code directives for this. Means if you check, you can see the if, else, else if, and show. There are directives in Vue.js which we'll use for conditional rendering. So let's understand step by step what is this actually. Suppose we have some data, means inside our data we declare something. Suppose I just going to check whether is login or not. So I just going to declare a variable is logged in, and by default I am just providing it as true. Okay, now based on that things, I just going to check one things, means just declare another div, and here just write welcome back. Okay, and if you check this, we can see in the browser we'll get Vue.js course rendering and welcome back. But here we will use these conditions. If is login is true, then only we will see these things, otherwise not. So how to use this? So we will use this if directives. So simply just write if is logged in. Okay, so now if is logged in is true, that means we can see welcome back, otherwise not. So just go to the browser, you can see the welcome back is there. But if you change from true to false, okay, now if you check, you can see these are not appear. Okay, so using this if, we can conditionally rendering into our Vue applications. Similarly, welcome back is the if conditions. Suppose it's not logged in, means if is logged in is false, then I can see some message div let's log in. Okay, and here I just going to add some condition else. Okay, so if login is true, then it will see welcome back, and if not, then else part we will get the let's login. So just go here, so you can see let's login. Okay, and now I just going to change again, is logged in is true, that means welcome back. Okay, so login is true, so welcome back. So we can understand the if and else directives. Okay, now another things I want to see, some another things like I just going to use the else if conditions. Okay, so how to do that? So simply for boolean we can only get either true either false. Okay, I am going to declare another things, let's say status, and here just write something, status is right loading. Okay, and here just add some conditions. If the status is loading, equal to loading, then it will display its loading. Okay, otherwise I will going to add another conditions. Suppose another condition is after loading it's getting the message success. Okay, so else if success, then it will appear as loaded. Okay, and the else condition is you can see error, whatever, means when the status is loading, based on these conditions it will display the data. Means here if you check, we can see it's loading. After loading, if the status changed to the success, then it will show the loaded. If not anything, means I can remove all the things, then it can show error, or accept loading or success, whatever we want we can see, we will always display the error. Okay, so if status is loading, then only it will say loading. If status is success, it's loaded, and except these two things, every case we will see the error. So we understand the above three things: v if, v else, and v else if. Let's introduce another things, that is v show. Okay, so here v show is something, means it's always render the element but toggle its visibility with the css. How? So let's close this now, and we are just going to use this is logged in status. Okay, and here I just going to display inside the div, here write visible. Okay, and here write v show. So if is logged in, then it will show the visible. Okay, so it's true. Now if you just go here, it's visible, and if else, then let's change to the false, then it will not show, right? So what are the difference between these two things? Actually, v uses for runtime conditional statement, and v show when toggling visibility. Okay, so basically these are the conditional rendering, means using v if, v else, v else if, and v show. These are the common tag we will use very frequently in our applications. So hope you can understand these things, how we can conditionally render our applications or our any tags. Okay, so if you have any queries about this video, please comment in a below comment section. Next we are going to discuss about how to list render using the Vue JS. Okay, so thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. In this video we are going to discuss about what is the difference between v-if and v-show. I already published the video about v-if and v-show, and we need to understand what are the minor difference between these two. So the major difference is, in the v-if, it conditionally renders elements based on the expression's truthiness. Okay, if the expressions evaluate to false, the element and its children are removed from the DOM, and if it is true, the element is created and inserted into the DOM. But in the v-show directives, it also conditionally render elements, it's true, but it always render the element in the DOM. It uses the display CSS property to show or hide the elements. Okay, if the expression is true, a display is set to its initial value, means the display is block, and if it's false, it displays none. Actually it's working as a toggle property. Okay, so let's see the difference some more specifically. Okay, so based on rendering, v-if conditionally adds or removes the DOM. Okay, and v-show always renders and its display like toggle, means display blocks or display none. Okay, initial render, it's conditionally adds or removes the DOM, means if the property is true or if the condition is true, then only it's inserted into the DOM, otherwise it's not. But in the DOM always renders and it toggles display. Actually for this reason, for some specific reasons, if you try to insert or remove any tags or any part of your section, then always use Vue show so that it will take less time. But in Vue if, it actually creates the DOM elements and insert it, and it will remove permanently from the DOM if it's false. Okay, so the toggle cost is changes, means for Vue if it's higher cost of toggling, means it needs to create or delete the elements, and it obviously lower cost for toggling in Vue show. Okay, and the use cases, its frequent conditions changes, Axios. Okay, and for Vue show, it's frequently toggling, initial load concern. Then the supporting, it's template support, Vue support the templating, and also you can write some Vue else conditions. If we need any nested condition, we can write Vue else if conditions also, but in Vue show it's not supporting. Okay, so let's see all those things with some example. So here you can see a hello Vue.js. Actually this is my application and this is the files. Okay, now let's understand the difference. Okay, so here I just going to create another things, suppose span, and here I just going to write check Vue if. Okay, and here I just going to display something. Suppose I just going to declare some properties, suppose status, and here you can declare status is by default true. Okay, so let's first I will use the Vue if property. Okay, so right here I just going to add condition in the tag. So write Vue if status is true, then it will display check Vue if. Okay, so just go here and you can see the check Vue if we can see. Okay, now just go to the inspect element and let's see what is actually in the code base. So here you can see it's created span and check Vue if. Let's change the status. So I just changing the status from true to false. Okay, and now it's gone, and if you check in this section, actually it also gone, means the span tag also gone. But same things if I write using the Vue show, and here I check Vue show just for a display purpose, and initially I am just writing the status is true, so it will display the check Vue show. And if you check in the inspect sections, you can see the span check Vue show is rendered. Okay, and here you can see the tags also. Now I just I just changing the status condition from true to false. Okay, now just go here, you can see these are gone, but in this section you can see the check Vue show also present, but it display as a none. That means the tags are here, means inside the DOM our tag is present, our element is present, but it's not displaying. But in the Vue if condition, if the condition is false, it actually removes the full elements, and Vue show it's displaying just like toggle, display true or display none or display block. Okay, so that is the major difference. Means if you are going to toggle some things frequently, don't remove you don't want to remove all the things from the DOM, then you can use the Vue show. And if you're not going to frequent toggle, then you can use the Vue if condition. Also Vue if some extra things, means you can write a logic for Vue else part. Vue else if means for nested rendering, for nested conditioning, but Vue show always use with the boolean, means if the condition is true it will display, otherwise it will false, right? True or false, it's not matter, always will render with the DOM. But if Vue show is true, then it will display, and it will the property will be as a display block, and if the condition is false, then it will treat in the DOM display none, so that we cannot see, but the element is rendered into the application. Hope you can understand, you love these things, and still if you have any queries about these things, you can comment me in below comment sections. And if you love this video, please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Hello friends, we are discussing on Vue JS. In this video, we are going to discuss about how to list rendering in Vue JS. Okay, so basically, list rendering means displaying a list of items by looping over them. I mean, typically, we'll use a loop. We are using the V for loop, or you can say the V for directives in Vue JS. So let's let's create some example so that we can understand clearly. Suppose this is our application's data section, and in the script section, in the data, we're just going to declare some items. So let's use items, and I want to access array of object. So simply I just going to create some data id1, and suppose name some fruit name like apple. Okay, and let's add some more, and here something write to id3 and id4. Suppose write banana, and here write grape, and you can write anything. Okay, so I just going to add 4 things, and I just want to display these things with a list rendering. Suppose to display these things, here I just going to use the li, and inside the li we will display. Okay, so for that actually we need to use the V for directives. It will actually we are going to implement the for loop, and in the Vue we'll use the V for directives. Okay, and here my variable name is items, means inside these items we are getting all the things. So for using the V for loop, simply let's use some item in items. Okay, and every time if you use these things, if you use the for loop in the DOM section, Vue wants to uniquely identify all the things. Okay, that's the reason we need to define some key also. So here we have a unique things is id, so simply I can write item dot id. Okay, and let's use item dot name. We can see the name. Okay, so now here you can see the apple, banana, grape, and cherry. So I am going to show you one error. So just go to the console, and if you don't use this key, okay, so what happened, what are the difference? So let's go here, and here you can see the compilation error. So why the error? Elements in iteration expect to have v bind key directives. Okay, so this is the problem. So we need to define these things so that Vue can uniquely identify all the things. Okay, so apple, banana, grape, and cherry all are loading. Okay, now if I want to access the index, okay, so here these are the items, and if you going to print that things, suppose I just going to print items totally here. So here you can see this id 1 2, these are the object. Actually these are the items of 0, this part, and item of 1, this part, and item of 2, this part, just like a array started. Okay, so item 0 means you will get the first element. Okay, so this is the index. Okay, so let's use the 0, and we can see the only first element. Okay, now now I want to print the index. Okay, so how we can do this? So simply here just write item name, and here write the index, means how to use the index. So item dot index, or sorry, not in item dot index, I just going to use the index so that we can add here index. So with the v4 we will generate the index. So let's see this. We can see the 0 apple, 1 banana, 2 grapes. If you want to add some numbers just like serial number, we can add some value with the index. So index plus 1, we can see the 1 2 3 4, this is the serial number generated. Okay, so you can understand how to use the array index. Actually we need to add this from here, and we can access from inside this li tag. Okay, now this was a array of object. Suppose we have a simply object, means I just going to create another object. Suppose this is the user's data, and here I just going to define some name like John, then simply write age 30, and if you want to add another things like email, then you can write john at the rate email.com. Okay, now I want to access this object. So how can I do this? So simply we can access in this way, means just like here I just going to create another li for this. So simply write li and just use v for loop, and we want to use loop on user, and here I just going to access all the things, means I just want to access the value of user, then we can access the key, we can access the index, all we can access from the user. And simply I just I can define the key just like here. Actually we don't have key, so in li we need to identify uniquely. So simply we can write key equal to key. Actually these key are coming from here. Not only that, inside the li we can use these things. Suppose here write index, then I want to print the key, then I want to print the value, all can be printed. Okay, so just go to the browser, you can see the name John, age 30, email john at the email.com. Okay, so all the things we are getting. So this is actually the array of object. We are getting all the things for each items, for each object. And if you want to render only the objects, then you can use by this way you can access the objects. Okay, so now we can understand how to use the array of object and how to render the objects only. So in this way we can do the Vue.js list rendering. Okay, so hope you can understand this. These were simple things, and hope you can understand these things. And still, if you have any questions about this video, please comment in the below comment section. Next day we are going to discuss about some interesting thing. That is the list and keys concept in Vue.js. Okay, so thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue.js tutorial. We are discussing about Vue.js core concept from very basic to advanced. In this video we are going to discuss about the from handling. Already we published lots of videos from very basics, so now it's time to handle some from. So let's start from basic from. Okay, so this is my application, it's running, and this is the project directory, means all the code base. Here we are using the Visual Studio Code. Okay, so here I want to create a from, and I want to submit that from, and on submit I want to check, I want to see what the value is submitted. That's our goal in this video. Okay, so simple. Let's create a from. For from handling, for from related things, always you need to use the from tag. Okay, so inside the from, just create some fields just like name, then just copy these things, just like name, email, and some messages. Okay, so just change it for email, and here write email, and let's use some text area. Okay, so I am not going to add the input type text. Actually, I just going to use the text area. Okay, and here simply this will be some message. Okay, and v model, we know how to define the model. Okay, so this is the reactive properties for views: name, email, message. Okay, now just declare these things into the data sections. Okay, so just use name. By default I just going to use as a blank, then then email, so email as a blank, and then message. Okay, I just defined. Suppose I just going to create a button. Suppose to submit the form we need to submit these things, so we need some button, then button, then submit. Okay, and here I just going to write type submit. Okay, so this is the form. Don't think about the design, we have not concern design right now. So when we click, it will submit the form. So what will be, so just check in these sections, this the browser tab section. So click on the submit, you can see it's submitted and it's loading. Okay, because this is the submit button. Okay, this type is submit. That's the reason the default property of submit is to submit the page. Actually, you can see the question mark also coming because for get property, right? And it's loading the page. I don't need to load the page as we are using JavaScript framework like Vue. Okay, so here the user experience is the most important thing. So when you click on the submit, it actually submit the page without refreshing the page. So how to do that? So Vue.js provides a reactive property, and when you click on that things, we can access this property value from here, but we don't want re-rendering. So when we click on the submit button, I just going to I just going to create a event just like event submit. Okay, and I don't want this submit will render or it will reload. So for that I just going to use the prevent. Okay, so submit prevent, and here I want to create a functions like simply submit from. Okay, this is the functions, this is the method, you can say. So when we submit these things, that time the submit from will call. So simply just create a functions, get a method inside this script section. So simply just here just create a methods, and here not these things, this here simply write submit from, and we can get the console log, this name, this email, this message. Okay, so when we click on that things, actually this will get the property name, email, message. So whatever we will declare inside this property, we can access throughout this section with the help of this. This refers to the current object, and this refers to the current object, and we can access from here. So now just go here and inspect the element. So here just go and write console, and inside the console section you can see, so suppose the name is write john @email.com, and message you can write some message. So just think about two things. So when you click on the submit, it will not reload again as we are using the submit prevent, and also we will get the response in the submit from. So this is a submit from. This is the methods actually. Okay. Now click on that things. So we can see it's not loaded, and we will get the john@email.com, some message, whatever we write, we are getting these things into here. Okay. So we can process these things to the API. We can submit these things from the API, through the API, and we can display what you want. Okay. Now the thing is, another thing I need to show you another things means, the good practice is we are using normal name email message means from property here. Suppose we have lots of data, we have lots of fields into the from, then you need to pass these things, you need to pass all the things like this name, this email, this message. So better, the good practice is you need to create some another object, like the from object, and inside the from object just declare what you need. Okay. And here, inside the console, just write this dot from, and you will get all access from here. But one things we need to change, we are using the normal name email message, so the actual name is inside the from. So simply write from dot name, from dot email, and from dot message. How it's coming here, remove this. Okay. And from dot message. Okay, these things, name email message, from name, from email, from message. Okay. Now just go here, and here you can see inside the submit from, we are just printing the this from. Multiple fields can happen, multiple fields can have, but we don't need to concern about that things. Whatever inside the this from, we can access from this from. Okay. Then again write john@email.com, and then this is message. Okay. Just click on that things, you are getting all the things here. Okay. So name, email, and message. So in this way we can submit a form. Now this is inside the console, but as a user I want to see this message, these things into here, and when you click on the submit, we will get access of that. So we will see this message. So simply just need another section. Suppose here write P, and inside the paragraph tag I just going to display all the things. Okay. So like inside the h3 tag, and you can write from submitted first, then I need to see the message. So simply write in this way, name from name, email from email, and message from message. So inside the template section, if you want to access the value, you don't need to use the this, but inside the JavaScript we need to use the this, as it is object oriented, as it is maintaining the oops concept. Okay. Now here I want to change this P to the span tag, so it will be better. So just go to the browser, and you can see the name, email, message. This is blank. Why blank? Actually we have not submitted anything. So I want to see these sections only when we submit the page. So how can do this? So we know the conditions. So when we click on the submit, I need to check some conditions, and based on that condition I will display that things. So when you click on the submit, actually it's calling the submit from, and here I just going to add some status like things. Suppose here write is submitted. Okay. By default is submitted, it false. So when it will submit, then here I just going to write this dot is submit is true. Okay. So when is submit is true, then only it will display. So here we can write our conditions. So simply write v if and is submitted. Okay. Now just go here, we cannot see anything. Okay. Now here simply write jack @email.com, and let's add some message. Now if you click on the submit, we can see the jack@email.com. Let's add some message. The interesting thing is it's showing directly with the two-way binding. Actually this is the reactive property, it's binding here, and we can display all the things into here, so it's two-way binding. Okay, and another important thing is we are using all the fields inside the form. That's the reason when you call any API, so for save just call API and post this dot from only, this dot from. Okay, so inside the API just pass the this dot from, then all the value will submitted through the API. So it will discuss later in our upcoming video. We have not completed our component concept also. We just going to access the Vue JS and how we can do all the things. So from next day we are going to discuss about the validations. We want to validate these things. So hope you can understand up to these things. So please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. In next video we are going to add validations. Okay, so thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. We are discussing about Vue JS core concept from very basic to advanced. In this video we are going to discuss about the from handling. Already we published lots of videos from very basics, so now it's time to handle some from. So let's start from basic from. Okay, so this is my application, it's running, and this is the project directory, means all the code base. Here we are using the Visual Studio Code. Okay, so here I want to create a from and I want to submit that from, and on submit I want to check, I want to see what the value is submitted. That's our goal in this video. Okay, so simple. Let's create a from. For from handling, for from related things, always you need to use the from tag. Okay, so inside the from just create some fields just like name, then just copy these things just like name, email, and some messages. Okay, so just change it for email and here write email, and let's use some text area. Okay, so I am not going to add the input type text. Actually I just going to use the text area. Okay, and here simply this will be some message. Okay, and v model, we know how to define the model. Okay, so this is the reactive properties for views, name, email, message. Okay, now just declare these things into the data sections. Okay, so just use name. By default I just going to use as a blank, then then email, so email as a blank, and then message. Okay, I just defined. Suppose I just going to create a button. Suppose to submit the from, we need to submit these things, so we need some button, then button, then submit. Okay, and here I just going to write type submit. Okay, so this is the from. Don't think about the design, we have not concern design right now. So when we click it will submit the from. So what will be, so just check in these sections, this the browser tab section. So click on the submit, you can see it's submitted and it's loading. Okay, because this is the submit button. Okay, this type is submit, That's the reason the default property of submit is to submit the page. Actually, you can see the question mark also coming because for get property, right? And it's loading the page. I don't need to load the page as we are using JavaScript framework like Vue. Okay, so here the user experience is the most important thing. So when you click on the submit, it actually submit the page without refreshing the page. So how to do that? So Vue.js provides a reactive property, and when you click on that things, we can access this property value from here. But we don't want re-rendering. So when we click on the submit button, I just going to I just going to create a event just like event submit. Okay, and I don't want this submit will render or it will reload. So for that I just going to use the prevent. Okay, so submit prevent, and here I want to create a functions like simply submit from. Okay, this is the functions, is the method you can say. So when we submit these things, that time the submit from will call. So simply just create a functions, get a method inside this script section. So simply here just create a methods, and here not these things, this here simply write submit from, and we can get the console log, this name, this email, this message. Okay, so when we click on that things, actually this will get the property name, email, message. So whatever we will declare inside this property, we can access throughout this section with the help of this refers to the current object, and this refers to a current object, and we can access from here. So now just go here and inspect the element. So here just go and write console, and inside the console section you can see, so suppose the name is write john at the rate email.com, and message you can write some message. So just think about two things. So when you click on the submit, it will not reload again as we are using the submit prevent, and also we will get the response in the submit from. So this is a submit from, this is the methods actually. Okay, now click on that things. So we can see it's not loaded, and we will get the john at the email.com, some message, whatever we write, we are getting these things into here. Okay, so we can process these things to the API, we can submit these things from the API through the API, and we can display what you want. Okay, now the thing is another thing I need to show you another things means the good practices, we are using normal name, email, message means from property here. Suppose we have lots of data, we have lots of fields into the from, then you need to pass these things, you need to pass all the things like this name, this email, this message. So better, the good practice is you need to create some another object like the from object, and inside the from object just declare what you need. Okay, and here inside the console just write this dot from, and you will get all access from here. But one things we need to change, we are using the normal name, email, message, so the actual the name is inside the from. So simply write from dot name, from dot email, and from dot message. Oh, how it's coming here, remove this. Okay, and from dot message. Okay, these things, name, email, message, from name, from email, from message. Okay, now just go here, and here you can see inside the submit from, we are just printing the this from. Multiple fields can happen, multiple fields can have, but we don't need to concern about that things. Whatever inside the this from, we can access from this from. Okay, then again write john at the rate email.com, and then this is message. Okay, just click on that things, you are getting all the things here. Okay, so name, email and message. So in this way we can submit a form. Now this is inside the console, but as a user I want to see this message, these things into here, and when you click on the submit we will get access of that. So we will see this message. So simply just need another section. Suppose here write p, and inside the paragraph tag I just going to display all the things. Okay, so like inside the h3 tag, and you can write from submitted first, then I need to see the message. So simply write in this way, name from name, email from email, and message from message. So inside the template section, if you want to access the value, you don't need to use the this, but inside the JavaScript we need to use the this, as it is object oriented and as it is maintaining the oops concept. Okay, now here I want to change this p to the span tag, so it will be better. So just go to the browser and you can see the name, email, message. This is blank. Why blank? Actually we have not submitted anything. So I want to see these sections only when we submit the page. So how can do this? So we know the conditions. So when we click on the submit, I need to I need to check some conditions, and based on that condition I will display that things. So when you click on the submit, actually it's calling the submit from, and here I just going to add some status like things. Suppose here write is submitted. Okay, by default is submitted it false. So when it will submit, then here I just going to write this dot is submit is true. Okay, so when is submit is true, then only it will display. So here we can write our conditions. So simply write v if and is submitted. Okay, now just go here, we cannot see anything. Okay, now here simply write jack, and jack at the rate email.com, and let's add some message. Now if you click on the submit, we can see the jack at the email.com. Let's add some message. The interesting thing is it's showing directly with the two-way binding. Actually this is the reactive property, it's binding here, and we can display all the things into here. So it's two-way binding. Okay, and another important thing is we are using all the fields inside the form. That's the reason when you call any API, so for save just call API and post this dot from only, this dot from. Okay, so inside the API just pass the this dot from, then all the value will submitted through the API. So we can submit this from. Now we can validate the from. So how to validate? So for validation, when we just going to submit these things, let's create another functions for validating our applications. Okay, so now when we submit the form, we will check some validations. So here I just going to create another functions like validate from, and all the from will validate from here. And if this validate from functions is true, means it's return true, means complete validated, then we can only submit. Okay, so let's check if this dot validate from is true, then only we will submit. Okay, and here we can write this submit is true. Okay, and now these are the functions. Here we need to check all the validations. Okay, so now just go to the validation from, and here I just going to declare another things. So simply, and here I just going to add one another objects, that is errors. Okay, so there can have multiple errors, so simply write errors as an object. Now, by default, initially this errors is blank. Okay. Now I need to add, if this from name equal to blank, then we can add some validations, or you can write, if not this from name, means nothing in the name, then we can write the validations errors name. This dot errors name is required. Same like we can do for email also. So do this for email, and here instead of name just write email, and do same things for the message, and here just write email, and here write message. Okay, so I checked is validation is error or not, means if name has some value or not, if email has value or not. Same for message also. Now we need to check if the errors length, means if anything's in the errors. By default error is blank, and here I need to check if anything's inside the errors, or the length of error is 0, that means no problem. And if there is something, then we need to validate. Okay, so simply write return object keys these errors length 0. Okay, so based on that things, we can understand this validate from is true or not. Okay, now we to display the message. So simply if you just go and click on the submit. Okay, so this should not submit. Why submitted? So let's check one thing. This is a validate from, it's calling from here. Okay, so here we need to use the functions. Actually this is the functions. So if we have not written anything, then it will not submit. If you write something, a something, anything, okay, and message, then it's submitted. Okay, that's great, means validation working. That means validation is working. Now I need to send the message, means if we have submitted and it's not submitting, how user can understand is submitted or not. So for that things we have a message. So here simply inside the name or email you can write any things, means here write just create a span, and here just display the errors name, and we need to add some conditions. So v if errors name, then it will display the errors. Okay, so same here write for email, and same for message also. So just change the property name, errors message and email. Okay, now here just click on submit. The name is required, email is required, and message is required. So one things we need to change. Actually I just going to add some classes here. So when these are the error, when anything error is happen, then we can see with the red. Okay, so simply write style and scoped, and inside here I just going to create a class, means simply just write error class, and if any error, then color will be the red, color red. Great, now just add this error class here. So simply write class error. So copy all the things from here and paste it here. Okay, now just go and click on submit, and then name is required, email is required, and message is required. So add some things. Suppose here write Johnny, and click on submit. So you can see the name is required section is not there, but email and message is required. So Johnny at the rate email.com and Johnny's message. Okay, so click on submit. So here you can understand how the form is submitted. This is the basic form submission. Actually means you can specify the email should be proper, means I just checking if any email is there or not, any value is there or not. You can check the proper validation with the regular expressions also. So inside here you can check, means if anything's email present or not. If any email is present or present, then you can check the message, the email is validated or not, means proper email or not. You can check with the regular expression, you can do with your logic, but the basic thing is how you can do this, how you can handle from with the Vue applications, how to validate, how to submit. Okay, so hope you can understand these things. And still, if you have any queries about this video, please comment in a below comment section. Hope you can understand, and thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. In this video we are going to discuss about some modifiers, means here we are using the two-way binding for submit the applications. I need to use the model modifier, that is we are using the Vue model. So here I need the modifiers. Means what is the purpose of modifiers? Means we will input some data, and actually this data will modify instantly using the Vue modifier. Suppose here we have name like John, so instantly you can see the John, right? Now I just add some space, and there are 4 more space, and now I just here write do it. Okay, then you can see this space are not there, and if you add some extra space on the front, on the first, then also it will not work. Okay, so how these are working? So for that we have a modifier like trim. So instantly when we declare the Vue model, instantly we can use the trim also. Vue model trim, actually trim is the modifier. Now let's add something. Suppose I just added some space like John, then add Doi, then add some extra space. It's not taking actually. Okay, so it's not taking in the first sections, it's not taking in the last sections. Okay, and also you can see these also gone the space. So again let's check. So just added these things and now it's gone. Okay, so actually it's trimming the white spaces. Similarly there are another modifiers like lazy. So for email I just going to use the lazy, and another modifier we have numbers. Okay, so simply add a number. What are the purpose of that things? This lazy will work when updates any changes instead of any inputs. Means Vue model directories don't support the modifier number, sorry, the spelling mistake, number. Okay, now just taste it. So here just space and write John, then space Doi, then again space. Actually it's streaming to the white space. For email we are using the lazy. What are the lazy this? So here if I just write anything, it actually not updating in the email section. So when we just write any John at the rate email.com, when I just enter or just selecting these things, then only we can modify, then only we can get updated in the Vue model sections. Okay, so this happen for lazy. Another things for number. Suppose if I add number, suppose age is 30, that's good. Now I just added some random string here, so it's actually not updating. For why? Actually we are using the age. So we understand the basic three modifiers like lazy, trim, and number. Okay, so hope you can understand this, and it's useful when you're actually going to create an application. That time you need for inline validations or very useful tricks actually. Okay, so that's the reason I discuss these things, and next we are going to discuss about another things. So thanks for watching this video, and still if you have any queries about this video, please comment in the video comment section. So thank you. Have a good day. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. In this video, we are going to discuss about some modifiers. Means here we are using the two-way binding for submit the applications. I need to use the model modifier. That is, we are using the Vue model. So here I need the modifiers. Means what is the purpose of modifiers? Means we will input some data, and actually this data will modify instantly using the Vue modifier. Suppose here we have name like John, so instantly you can see the John, right? Now I just add some space, and there are 4 more space, and now I just here write Joy. Okay, then you can see this space are not there, and if you add some extra space on the front on the first, then also it will not work. Okay, so how these are working? So for that we have a modifier like trim. So instantly when we declare the Vue model, instantly we can use the trim also. Vue model trim, actually trim is the modifier. Now let's add something. Suppose I just added some space like John, then add Doy, then add some extra space. It's not taking actually. Okay, so it's not taking in the first sections, it's not taking in the last sections. Okay, and also you can see these also gone the space. So again let's check. So just added these things, and now it's gone. Okay, so actually it's trimming the white spaces. Similarly, there are another modifiers like lazy. So for email, I just going to use the lazy, and another modifier we have numbers. Okay, so simply add a number. What are the purpose of that things? This lazy will work when updates any changes instead of any inputs. Means Vue model directories don't support the modifier number. Sorry, the spelling mistake, number. Okay, now just taste it. So here just space and write John, then space Doy, then again space. Actually it's streaming to the white space. For email we are using the lazy. For the lazy this, so here if I just write anything, it actually not updating in the email section. So when we just write any john@email.com, when I just enter or just selecting these things, then only we can modify, then only we can get updated in the Vue model sections. Okay, so this happen for lazy. Another things for number. Suppose if I add number, suppose age is 30, that's good. Now I just added some random string here, so it's actually not updating. For why? Actually we are using the age. So we understand the basic three modifiers like lazy, trim, and number. Okay, so hope you can understand this, and it's useful when you're actually going to create an application. That time you need for inline validations or very useful tricks actually. Okay, so that's the reason I discuss these things, and next we are going to discuss about another things. So thanks for watching this video, and still if you have any queries about this video, please comment in the video comment section. So thank you, have a good day. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. In this video we are going to discuss about what is watcher in Vue.js. Okay, these are the things you need to understand. You need to use that in your applications. So what is actually watcher? Watcher is used to observe some changes. Means suppose if you have any input field and you are entering some things. Okay, so it's actually observe the changes on the specific data property, or you can use in a computed property also, and based on that it's reacted when changes. Okay, so where we can use that for API calling and logging, performance synchronizations operations. Okay, so there are, so let's create one example so that you can get it much better. Okay, suppose we are using any input type field. Suppose here write input, and let's use v model. Suppose just add name. Okay, and write any placeholder and enter your name, and this is the property, reactive property, so just declare inside your data section. Okay, and by default it's actually blank. Okay, and I want to bind, means I want to see that things also. So inside the p tag just write hello name. Okay, so let's see. So here you can see hello John, or hello anything Smith. Okay, so these are the basic things. So what actually watcher did here? Okay, now to watch the things means if you want to see the changes, if you want to track the changes for applications for your forms, here you have another options, just like data. Here you can have option just like watch, and inside here you have an option that is name. What actually the v model is name, so the same functions name, and inside the name you can see both value, the new value and the old value what actually had. Okay, so old val and new val, and now here simply print the both things so that you can understand the difference. So just use the template literal, and here write name changes from old value to new value. Okay, so let's see what actually watcher did. So here is the error. What is the error? Actually here wrongly I added two things. Okay, now just go here, you can see. Okay, so here just type John. Okay, so you can see the name change from blank to J, then J to JO, then name change from JO to JOH. Okay, so when I just going to type, it's already showing what is the value and what is the new value. Okay, so what are the use of that things? Suppose in your applications, just like user edit page, already we have some values, right? Suppose the username is John. Now you want to change the name from John to Johnny. Okay, so finally you can understand their old value was John and the new value became Johnny. So if anything's updated or change into your applications, into your form, then only that will update through the API, so the overload will reduce. So just see, if I by default add it here John, and now here you can see by default John. Now I want to change John Doe. So you can see the last value means the old value was the John and the final value was John Doe. So if you compare from the previous value from the beginning, mean what you have in the input section, what you had from the API, you can get the beginning of the things, means the first value that was John and then change to John Doe. There are multiple of fields. If any changes from old and new, if old value and new value is not same, then we can update that field. That's simple. So that's the reason actually we use watcher. Now I want to use watch with the multiple properties. Suppose let's we have a name, and I'm just changing name to full first name. Okay, so enter your first name, and I just using f name, so that we can write here f name, and also that will be the f name. Okay, and another things I just going to use the last name also, so simply if name and l name. Okay, and here just write here last name as a placeholder, and just declare this the f name and l name, and here just write f name is doing. Okay, and similarly for f name and l name we have different watch functions. One is for f name and another for l name. Let's combine these things, and I want to get the final output, that is the full name. Okay, so I want to get the full name from here. Okay, now how to do that? So here we can create a methods, just like watch. So here write methods, and here we simply use the full name. Okay, so here one another things, we need to use some protocol to access watch. We simply use update full name. Okay, and this update full name will be called from here. For every changes we watch, and we just modify the update full name, we will call these update full name functions, and we don't need this new value and old value, so just removing that things. Okay, and here I just going to return this dot full name equal to this f name and this l name. So now if you just go to the browser and let's see what happened. So we can see the John Doe. By default we have written these things. I just going to blank that things. Okay, so here you can see the John Doe is blank. By default I changed to blank. Now I just entering something, so simply write John, J-O-H, and here write D, so it's coming John, then Joy. Okay, actually we don't have any full name, we don't have any full name in the data section, but it's calling from the methods, and it's accessing using the update full name. We are actually calling this update full name from the watch functions, and it's actually appearing. Okay, so this is the protocol. If you are going to change this protocol, you cannot access that things. Means you need to use the update full name, and you need to use these things, and the full name will be here. Means if you change, if you not use this update, and if you just simply write full name, and here you call the full name, then it will not going to access. Okay, so it's showing the native code or something error like this. Okay, so actually the protocol is you need to use to update full name to understand what we are going to watch, then we can do this in this way. Okay, so update full name, this is a proper syntax. F name and L name, it's combining into the update full name, and this full name can be accessible from here. Okay, so hope you can understand the watch, how watch is actually working and why we use watch. Okay, so still if you have any queries about this video, please comment in the below comment section. Next day we are going to access this watch with the deep options or immediate options. Means if we have any nested things, means simply we are just using the f name l name as a string. Suppose we have any objects, or you have to watch any nested data, how can do this, we will discuss in the upcoming video. So thanks for watching this video. Have a good Hello friends, we are discussing about watchers. So last video we discussed about how actually watcher workings. Actually this John Doe already we have created the input fields, means these are the two input fields you can see, and here we created two watcher functions same as the models. same as the reactive property. So when actually it's typing something, it's actually watching the result and watching what actually we typing in the input sections, and based on that we are generating the full name. So just like here, suppose here write Johnny Doe, so we are getting immediately response using the watcher. Means if you check this, actually we printed here the full name. Actually this full name is coming from here. Actually this is the method and it's calling from the watch functions. That's the reason these are appearing. So in this section, in this video, we are going to some deep things. Means here we have a simple reactive property just like a string. But what happens if we use something different? Means if we use any objects, how actually it's work. So here one thing I am going to say you, that is here we directly used the f name and l name just like the active property. Here we can use another things. Means instead of this f name we can simply define the functions just like f name, and here we can use the property like this, not a direct functions. Here we will control, we will use the handler, and from the handler we can access the value. Actually this is the functions, and from that if we check this, we will get the same output. So that time I don't need to use that things. Okay, so just refresh this, and here just write John, then it will work. Okay, that means it's working same as this. For same, I just going to create another functions for l name also, and here just write the same name, that is the l name. Okay, so we can do in this way also. The thing is why we did this and what are the benefit of that things. Actually inside the f name object we can specify another property just like a nested object. Means here we just using the handler, and we can use immediate parameter, that is immediate is true, and for lm also we just use the immediate true. Actually this will not affect anything, so simply write John or something John Cena. Okay, so we will get that things. Actually this immediate means these are the string property. So actually when we are just going to use the v model, that time it's directly we are going to access the f name, right? So this is the v model name. So here we will not get any effect for immediate or any deep things. Now I just going to discuss about with the objects. Means if there is any object, how we can do this. So simply here we can do another thing. Suppose let's create another things here I just going to create here forms, and inside the form I just going to declare that things. So here we have two things inside the form. From itself is a object, and here we are getting the from f name and l name. So that time I just going to show you we are using the from dot f name. So simply just write from dot f name, and here write from dot l name. Okay, I am just using the simple things. We are not calling the full name, or we were not going to call the things. Okay, so here I just going to print some things. Means here write new val, what actually we are getting, and simply we can write here console dot log, and here write the new value is new value for first name is something like that. Okay, that is the new val, and same things we will do for the last name also. So I just removing the functions what actually calling, and here simply write the l name. Okay, so we can see all the things in the console sections. Now I just removing, actually I'm not removing, just going to see what happened. So now here just write John and here write Sena. Okay, it's not working. Why not working? Because these are inside the objects and we can't access that things. So for that case we need to use another things. So we will not going to get all the things right here. So we can use one thing, that is from.fname, from.lname, and then we can access the things. So here actually we need to use in this way, we need to use inside the braces, just quote into here, and now you can use that things. Okay, now if I just write here, you can see the name, any name, John, and use say, so we can get access of that things, means now we can use watch. Now the question is, if there are multiple objects or multiple things inside any objects, then how we can access that things? So for that we need to use, just like here simply write we have a from, so simply we will create a functions like from, and here we can use inside the from, just use the handler just like we used, and here another options will not use immediate, we will use the deep true. Okay, now I just removing that things, and now if you check, so I am just refreshing, and now let's check. So John Cena, so here we are getting the new value for first name object and object. Actually we need to use the object, we need to see what is inside the object. So now just write in this way, suppose the name is John Doe. So here you can see when we typing these things, we can see the f name is changes and then l name. So if you write here, I have not written anything in here or title, so that's the reason it's not appearing. So simply write Doe. So here you can see the changes, means f name John, l name Doe. So you can understand, if you using any object, then you can access in this way. So you don't need to think about what is inside the object. So you can understand what is the basic difference between deep and immediate. In this way actually we implement any watchers inside the from, inside the large from. So just like using this deep, we can get all the things and we can understand what fields actually updated, and based on that updated field, simply we can pass those updated field to the API. Not all the things every time, not all the things we need to update. We can update only the things which actually watched, or which actually changed or added or deleted anything which actually changed. Okay, so hope you can understand what is watcher and what is the purpose of the watcher. So still, if you have any queries about this video, please comment in a below comment section. Next we are going to discuss about another topics, so please stay with us, and thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. In this video we are going to discuss about Vue component. So this is the most important things why we use Vue JS, right? So a component in Vue JS is a reusable self-contained piece of code that encapsulates its own structure, right? Suppose let's discuss the component with some example. So here you can see this color is the document object model, this is the DOM. This is your complete HTML page, right? Now here You can see in your application, suppose you have some header, some footer, some left panel, right panel, and the main body component, main body part sections where your data is basically changing. Every time your header data and footer data, it's not changing, it's looks like static, means in every page header footer is same, and left panel may be same, or you can make it dynamic. Right panel can be dynamic based on left panel, or anything you can logic. But all the things actually a part of your website. So when you load your application, suppose we are going to create a single page application. So every time when you click on any menu sections like home, contact us, about us, whatever you have in your menu, every time you don't need to refresh the full page. Instead of what we can do, so when we can first time open our application, we load all the things, right? Next time when you click on some contact us, then based on that contact us, the left panel, right panel, and the body will be loaded. Footer more or less all the time it's actually looks like same. So we will not load the header and footer data. We will only render these particular things, and it's automatically not automatically, actually it's internally load into your DOM sections. So as a user you can't understand that actually it's loading, actually it's getting data from anywhere, right? So it will not refresh, just like when you start your normal JavaScript, when you start Ajax just bring the data from server side and just paste it to the DOM, so that user cannot understand this actually loading or not, and you are getting the new data without loading the page. Same kind of things we can do with the component easily. So the main purpose of the component is to split your applications into different component, and we can reuse that code in every sections when we need. And this particular component have particular piece of code which actually responsible for each purpose for each component. Okay, so why we use component? It split large UI applications into small part, small manageable part, means you can make it dynamic also, and we can reuse the code throughout your application, across your applications. Okay, and another things, we can maintain the easily. Means suppose if I want to change menu sections, suppose home, contact us, about us we have. Now I want to add another things like blocks. Then we don't need to write every page that blocks. We just go to the header component, just go to the menu sections, you can add the blocks, and each will load, and every sections you will get the effect. Okay, so these are the things, these are the component, and we will use why we can understand. Now what are the types of component? So mainly there are two types of component, that is global component and local component. Okay, so register global component and it can usable with any other component. You can understand through by the name, that is a global component. So one time you will register when you load your applications, when you first time render your applications, and we can use every places. And what is the local component? Suppose this is the section, this is the main body part, this is the main body component. So this is a component, header is a component, there are different component, left panel, right panel, footer component. So I need something, suppose I need a listing or any forms I need to include, I need to render. So the from not need in header section, not footer, not left, not right. So we need to load the forms inside the main body component. That means we will create another component which have some which will call from another component. That time we can use the local component. Okay. So from the body sections, from the body component, we'll load the list component, we'll load the from component. So when we need this, we will display. When we need this, we will render. Otherwise, we will not do anything. Okay. So there are things. Suppose in the home sections, in there may have some content we will load. In the block sections, there may have some images, some contents, some categories, some types we will load based on that things. Okay. So the main components is from the DOM. DOM is the main page, your applications, and inside the DOM there are 5 components we can see for my example, and inside that we have a main component, and from the main component for blog there may have images, there may have content, there may have categories. For contact us there may have forms, right? So in this way actually we will manage our applications using the component. So let's go direct to the applications and let's try how we can do this with the component. Okay, so this is my editor. We are using Visual Studio Code for editing purpose. So let's understand the flow of our applications. We're running these applications here, and here you can see actually we have the things inside the public. We have index.html. Actually all the things, if you go here and try inspect these things, you can see all the things actually render inside the app. Okay, id app. Okay, so this is the id app. All the things will render inside the deep sections, whatever will write. Okay, and how it's actually collecting, how it's actually selecting the app, there is main.js. Actually we imported Vue from main.js, and we are mounting this complete app view into the hash app sections. Okay, so all the things from the app view will mount into the app. So this is the hash selector for id. Okay, so here you can see the id. For id selector we'll use the hash. Okay, so these are the main.js, and from the main.js we can import our component also. So let's understand the global component first. The global component is registered once and can be used by any other component in your Vue app without having to import or declare locally. Okay, so once we'll register and we can use in every case. Another, if you check in the folder structure, there is a component section. So just close all the things, and you can see inside the src we have a folder that is named components, and inside the components we will create any component. Okay, suppose I just need anything. Suppose let's create a menu component. So inside the components I just going to create a menu component. So here write menu, or you can write menu dot view. So this is the menu component. Okay, now just go to the menu component, and here just write the template sections. So all the codes are actually embedded in the template sections, and here I just going to write our menu component section. So I am not creating the menu actually. So here I just write menu. Okay, and here we need to export that things. So in the script section we just create export default, and the name is the menu. Okay, so these are the component I created and I want to use that globally. Okay, so how we can do this? So main.js actually used for to import anything globally. Okay, so here I just want to use the menu component globally. So simply let's import the menu component. So where is the menu component? So here write import menu from the components menu dot view. Okay, now to mount in these sections, so simply here we can write I just going to store all the things into the variable. So simply write constant app, and here I just I just using the create app, and again app dot mount. Okay, and here we can just use app dot menu, app dot component menu. Okay, so we, if you don't use these things, no problem on that. Simply we can use without that things, without semicolon, we can use the dot operator also, no problem. So app component is registered. Now just go to any section. Suppose I just go to the app view, and here actually globally we use the menu component. So app component, so inside the component whatever you write, this will be the component, and this is the name. Actually we are exporting from here, and we import it as a menu. Okay, just copy this, and inside the app view I just want to use that thing. So simply I just going to write menu here. Okay, now if you just go to the browser, you can see what is appear. So compiled with problems, component menu should always be multi-word. Okay, so actually let's close menu. Better one things we can write here. So instead of menu, if you write here the menu component. Okay, so write here menu component, and just use these things, menu component, and here use menu component. Okay, so let's see. So here we are getting view component, here we are getting the menu. So here if you write multiple times, suppose I just going to add menu 4 times, it will create the 4 times, it will render into your application 4 times. And if you create another files, suppose if you have a hello world component, it's by default when you actually create the application it's appearing. So when we just going to discuss about another component, we will get another files. Currently we have one files, so every files I not imported the menu from app view, but we just using these things, and we will get the response, we will get that much time. Means I just imported the menu component, I just calling this menu component 4 times, it will appear. So this is the menu component, and we can access it globally. Okay, so this is for global component. Now the next things, how we can use the local component. So I just removing, and here I just take it just one time. Okay, so and import it above the view component, so any place. So when we just placed it, it will render that place. Okay, so this will be the menu part. Now I just going to create another component. I just going to create a local component. Okay, so let's create another local component. So before that, so what is the local component? Actually local component is defined and used only within the specific parent component. It's not globally available and useful when a component used in only one place. Okay, so let's see how we can create. Suppose let's display some message. So here I just going to create a message dot view, or you can write message component dot view. Okay, so this is my component name, and same like here we can create that thing. Suppose I just going to use the templating sections, and inside the template I just going to write div, and here just write this is message or something, right? So simply write inside the h1 tag hello message from message component. Okay, so this is the component. Okay, so this is the another component I created, but this will not import from main.js. So when we import from main.js, actually it will be treated as a global component. So let's close this, let's close the menu, and here we will going to import this message component from the app view. Okay, so how can I do this? So simply just inside the script I just import and message component, sorry, not menu, message component from components message component. And here another things we need to declare. So here this is the name, and after that I can create a sections just like components. Okay, and inside the components will register. So in the main.js, so we use app component and we just register here, and here inside the app view we will register in the components object sections. Okay, so simply just write message component. You can write your in this way, and simply just write here message component, and it will treat as a local component and it will render. So now just go here, hello message from message component. Okay, another things, suppose I want to create our custom tags, not I just going to use these things. So simply here write custom tag. Okay, and you can do in this way. So this will be our tag. Okay, so we will see you, we will say you, so we'll discuss, these things also in our upcoming video. When you go into the deep on component, then we can understand, but you can create a custom tag using this. Okay, so these are the component sections, and next day we are going to discuss about the dynamic component, another type of component. Actually this is logical components. The main thing is global component and local component, and we can render the component dynamically. So next video we will show you how we can dynamically render our component. Okay, and after that we will learn how to data pass, how to make a component dynamic, means how to pass the data to the component, how to get a response from the component. So we'll pass data from parent to child component, child to parent component. So in this case app view is the parent component, message component view is the child component. Okay, so I just going to use the message component here. Suppose here I just going to create any things and I want to pass some data from the child component to the parent component, and if you want to pass some data to the parent component to the child component, then how you can do this? So interesting things, and using these things, if you learn out the component concept clearly, you can start your applications and you can do what you want in the Vue.js. Okay, so keep watching these things, and if you have any queries about this video, please comment me in the comment section. So thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue.js tutorial. We are discussing component concept in Vue.js. Okay, so last day we discussed about a local component concept and the global component concept. Okay, so in this video we are going to discuss about a dynamic component concept. Okay, so what is dynamic component? A dynamic component is a component that is rendered based on a variable instead of hardcoding which component to render, right? So Vue will render that one specified in a variable using the component tag. Okay, so let's see with the example. So simply I just removing that things for now, and here I just write dynamic component, and we are not using anything component, and we are not using this local component. So let's remove that things and we will create fresh. Okay, so this is a message component, this is the menu component. I am not using the menu component right now. So I just closing this. Okay, now just go here, so its heading is appearing. Now here I just going to create some things, means I just going to create a two component, and we will render based on our conditions. Means suppose we have two things. Suppose I just going to create two component, like home component, about us component, like so simply write home view dot view, and another things I just going to create about view dot view. Okay, these are the two component, and here I just simply write inside the home component, I just write template, and simply just create a div here, and here write h1 home. Okay, so this is for home component, and simply we can write home component, sorry, component, and let's add some paragraph also. So this is home component, great. And here I just going to use the script tag, and here simply just close the script section, and here I just going to write export default, and just write a name, that is the home view. Okay, so same like in the about view sections, here write about view, and this is the about component, this is the about component. Okay, so home view and about view, these are the two component I created. Okay, now I just going to create a dynamic applications. So simply inside the app view I just going to call these things. So simply inside the app view, here write two things. Suppose I just going to create a button, so button, uh, here write for home, and another button for about. So two things should appear, home and about. Okay, so home and about. So when you click on the home, then it will render the home component data, and when you click on the about, it will render the about component data. Okay, so great. Now the thing is, here I just going to load the component sections. Here means either home view or about view. Here I just going to use two things. So simply write import, and here write home view from components home view, and import about view from about view component. Okay, now I already discussed how we can create any reactive property inside your applications. So we can create reactive properties. So before that, let's create a components object, and here just register these things. Okay, so just register in this way. So simply I just not going to create any aliases for now, and here I just register home, and then about, you can write in this way. Okay, so by comma separated you can write, or you can add enter to register multiple component. Okay, now I just going to create one thing. Suppose here write I just going to create a current view. Okay, by default I write it, the current view is home view, and here you can see just register the component is current view. Okay, now if I just go here, it's showing error, component name about view, component name about view should always be multi-word components name. What are the problems? Sorry, the space should not be happen there. Okay, so we are getting the home and about. So by default I said this is the um, home view, so that we can get the home view data. And if you write by default about Vue, you will get the about Vue data. Okay, yes, appear it is getting about Vue data. So these things actually we need to make dynamic. Okay, so by default I write it here the home view, and here I just going to create one things. So on click the current view, it will call the home view, and on click current view, it will call the about view. Okay, now when we click, this is the event I already discussed how events are actually created or called inside your Vue applications. So you can check my full playlist. Actually on click a current view set to home view. When you click on the home button and when you click on the about button, it's on click it set the current view equal to about view, and based on current view the component will load. So simply just go here. So by default it's home component as we added. Now just click on the about. So it's about component, it's home component. So you can see it's not reloading, actually the component is rendering. Okay, so hope you can understand and interesting things. Okay, so in this way we can dynamically change our content, we can dynamically call our component. Okay, so internally actually we are playing with the component, but as a user, as a user expect, it's actually very clear and interesting. That's when you click it's calling, it's changing the data, right? So in this way we can make the dynamic component. So hope you can understand how it's actually working in Vue.js, how dynamical component is working, and it's excellent and it's not hard to learn. And still, if you have any queries, you can comment me in the comment sections and comment me how you like this video. And the next day, we are going to discuss about how to pass data or to the parent component to the child component, how to react from child component to parent component. Okay, so we'll data pass from parent to child and child to parent. So it's important things. So hope you can understand this video, and please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. So thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue.js tutorial. So we already know how to create component and how to use component and how to call that local component, global component, and how you can create dynamic component. Okay, so up to this is all the component data or component content was static. Now I want to pass data from one component to another component. So in this video we are going to discuss about how to pass data from parent component to child component. So let's create a component. Suppose here we have a components folder, and I just going to create a component like a user component dot view. Okay, so I want to call that user component from app.view. So in this case, here app view will be the parent component and user component will be the child component. So let's template, and this is child component. Okay, and let's introduce the script sections, and here just we are going to export default, and here just use user component. Okay, and now I will use user component as a child component of view of app.view, so that we just going to import a user component from the proper path, that is components user component. So this is the path, this is app.view, and inside the app.view I will call the user component from the component slash user component. Okay, now we need to register the user component into the app.view. So inside the export default sections, so here I just going to create another things, that is the components, and here we can register all the component whatever we want to use. So here simply just write user component. Okay, and let's use this user component into here. And now if you just go into the browser, you can see this is child component. Actually these are coming from here, right? Now I want to see another things. Suppose this is the user component and I want to use our custom tags, then we can use in this way. Suppose like let's create your custom tag. I just going to use in this way. So this is the user component, and now using this we can access also. Okay, so just write user component, and still we will use this is child component. Okay, so I just removing these things, we don't need this, and we can see that this is child component. Okay, so up to this we already know. Now I need to pass some data to the child component. Move from the app.view, I just going to pass some data. So simply I just going to pass some static data. So how to pass? Suppose let's pass in this way. Let's write here name, and here write John Doe. And here inside the user component, how you will get this name? So simply just go to the user component section, and inside the export default sections, let's write the props. Let's declare the props, and here just write name. Okay, so we are just passing the name, and we are accepting that name from here. Okay, actually this will be using the column. Okay, so we are getting the name. So props is the another new things in this series we are going to discuss in Vue JS concept. So here we are introducing the new things, that is the props. Actually props is responsible to accept the data from the parent component into the child component. So using the props, whatever we will get, we can access into the user component. Okay, so here simply just write here div, and inside the div I just write div, this is child component, and simply just write a paragraph tag, and here write my name is name, or you can write hello name. So here we are passing the name, that is John Doe, and we are accepting as a props, and we are printing into here. So just go here, this is child component, and hello John Doe. Okay, so we are getting some static data. So we are getting some data from parent component to child component. So in this way, if I going to create a grid, or if I just going to pass another data, means suppose I just passing this user component another time, and here I just going to pass another name, that is here write John Smith, and here write uh, Michael Clark, and here write Saint Mary. Okay, so we are calling this component 4 times, and we are passing the 4 different name, so we will get different output. So this is from the first, this is child component hello John Doe, this is child component hello John Smith, this is child component hello Michael Clark, and this is child component hello Saint Mary. So we can call our component multiple times with a multiple dynamic data. So this name actually accept him from here. Now another things, suppose let's remove these things. So here I just write name John Doe as a static, means here I just write it these things. Now I want to make it dynamic, means I want to pass the name from here. Okay, so how can I do this? So let's declare a variable, that is name, and here write John Doe, or here write username, so that you will not get any conflict between the name and this name. Okay, so I just write username John Doi, and here we can pass the name username, but here it's actually not worked, right? So how to work? So here we need to use this colon here so that it will become the dynamic. So here you can see hello John Doi. So refresh this, no problem. So hello John Doi, and here write another name, that is Michael Clark. So here you will see hello Michael Clark. Okay, so you are getting access of script sections from here. So actually we are, whatever we are writing in the username sections, we are getting into these sections, and this actually getting from the child component as a props name, and we are printing here. So you can understand how to pass data. And if you want to pass another data, suppose I just going to write another things like age 30. Now we can pass these things also. So here write age, and let's write age, and here we will get access of these age things if I just going to accept as a prop. Hello name, and age is age, right? So here you can see hello Michael Kirk, and age is 30. Okay, so in this way we can pass data from parent component to child component. Now I want to discuss more deep on these features, configure some more. So here I just going to inspect these things, and let's open the console sections. Okay, so close this. Now I want to define my name will be always a string, my age will always as a number. So how can you configure? So let's do in this way. So just close these things. Let's create another object, and here just write as a name, and here write name string, and age will be the number. Okay, now here all are okay. Now from the parent component, here I just write the Michael Clark as a number. So simply I just going to pass the name as a number. Now if I just going to get access of that things, we are getting access. But here you can see this expected string with value. So these are the warning. You can see from the prop we can understand the variable type. So here you can see the invalid prop type check failed for prop name, right? So expected string with a value 78945, whatever I've written, got number with a value. Okay, so this is not acceptable. You can handle this thing, so we'll discuss that later. Another things, suppose I just write here the another things John Smith, and here I just going to access this name, and I just want to access more specifically the props. Then how can I do this? So simply just create another object here, and here simply write type will be the string, and here type will be the number. Okay, for age the type will be the number. You can write in this way also. So now let's again, you can see we'll get the same output, and if I change these things into a number, so still it will get the error. Okay, so you can understand it's error. Actually if you refresh, it will not render, so it's warning. Okay, now the thing is, suppose you are passing the John Smith as a username, and I want to mention all the variables or all the props, means whatever the props name or age should be the required. Okay, so how can I do this? So simply I just write here require. So another options just like this. So require true means you need to pass the value, and this is the mandatory. Okay, so this is the mandatory column, so you need to pass the value. So simply just refresh this, so we are not getting any warnings. Now just go to the app view, and we are not passing the props, the name, username. We are only passing the age. So now you can see warning missing require props name, right? So name is not passing, so we cannot use that things, and it's actually warning missing required props, right? So where is the error? That is app.view and 13. So if you just check, so you will get this user component where you registered, actually the error is happening. Okay, so we have to pass these things, right? And if you just pass in this way, so I am not passing the age here, so actually it will not going through any error. So it's not going, its age is blank, means we are not passing these things. But here actually right, the name is required, that the reason it's actually showing the error, means warning that its name is required. The next things, suppose we are not passing the age here. Now we can set some default props. Suppose we are not passing any age, and that time we can set default is 18. So if you are not passing any age, that time the age will be by default 18. So let's check. So age is 18. We have not passed anything, right? Now if I just pass the age, so here I am passing age is 30. Now if you check, the age is became 30. So if you pass any value to the child component, that value will accept. Otherwise, if you not pass any data, when you declare any props, you can add the default, means if you not get any data by default, the 18 means by default what you specified in your props, that will appear. Okay, so in this way actually we can pass data from child component to parent component. So let's go some more deeps. Means we just pass here simply string or number. Now I do pass some multiple data like that. Suppose I just going to create any object data. How can I do this? Suppose I just going to create a object. Suppose like I just going to add any user object. Okay, or if you write as a student object, and here just mention the student name is something name, here write Michael, and then email michael@email.com, and then you can write course, you can write engineering, or simply eng, no problem. Okay, engineering. Now if I want to pass this object, we can pass object same like others. Okay, so just write here student, or any section. Suppose you can pass the data and student. The interesting thing is, this is your local variable. Yes, this is your local variable. Now here this data, or means whatever you write after the colon, that will be the variable we will get from the child component. So here we need to use the data, not the student. Okay, so here write type object. So this is the object type, so you are passing these things. This is the object type, and you can specify a require. Okay, now here you can add or some things like here write p, and I want to print the full object here, so simply write data, no problem. Okay, so here we are getting the error passing JavaScript expression unexpected token. So what is the problem? The problem is here we need to say the equal. Okay, so here you can see the object is accessing. Now you can put here just like name, or you can write student details, and here write UL and inside the li you can print your data just like this. Okay, name data name, email data email, or course data course. Okay, so here you can see the name Michael, email michael@email.com, and course is engineering. Okay, let's change and write Smith. Okay, and let's change the email Smith, and I'm not changing the course, so we'll get Smith. Okay, so in this way we can pass data from parent component to child component. So if you pass simple array, we can do in the same way, but here we need to define that is the array. Okay, or if you want, you can pass multiple times multiple things. Actually means you can define just like array and object. Okay, so whatever, if you pass either array or object, it is still acceptable and it will not throw any error. Okay, so this is the things how actually props using, and what are the purpose of props actually to pass the data from parent component to child component. So hope you can understand, and next day we are going to discuss about how to get the reverse things. Means I want to pass some data from child component to parent component. So how you can do this, we'll do in the next video. So still, if you have any queries about these things, so please comment me in the below comment section. And if you like this video, please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. And thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. So last video we discussed about how to pass data from parent component to child component. So here we just using the app view as a parent component and user component is a child component. We pass these data from parent component and we are getting as a props, and we are printing all the data from the child component. So you can see this is the value we are getting. Now I want to revert back the response, means I want to pass data or I want to pass some things from user component to app view. That means I want to pass data from child component to parent component. So how can I do this? The main things you need to remember: props using to pass data from parent component to child component. And another thing that we're going to learn in this video, actually these are emits. Okay, so emits are used to pass data from child component to parent component. Now actually how it's working, actually from the user component, the emits will trigger an event that the parent can listen and can send data from child to parent component. So let's going to create one thing. Suppose I just going to create one button. So when you click on the button, I will get response from the child component, or sorry, from parent component. So here I just going to write button, and here write the click event, and here write button and click here. And here I just going to create a click event. Suppose like click, and here I just here send click. So I just going to send the click. Actually we are going to create an event. So using the event, actually we will pass the data from emits. So this is the click event, and send click will be the methods. So here inside the export default section, I just going to declare the methods. Okay, and you can see, so emit, and we are created the send click. This is the event, and we are just going to emit that things, that is this emit and click, or you can write here a button click or clicked, that will be the more specific. Okay, so button click. So how we can get the things? So here these will be the emitted things, and that will acceptable from the parent component. So here inside the app view, the user component is registered in these sections, we are calling the user component here. Now here we can write another event like the button clicked, and we'll going to create another functions, that is handle click. Okay, so in this way we can get these things, and here you can see the button click. Whatever we passed in the image sections, we will write here button clicked, and this will be the local functions. So from the functions we will get access. Okay, so here also just create a methods, and here write handle clicked, and simply write alert button clicked. Understand? So when we click on the button, so you can see this is the click here button. The event will be the send click, and this send click will actually emit, means passing data. Actually, what are the purpose of these things? Passing data from from child to parent, and this actually accepting the data from child, and these are actually handle click event, means this is the functions, this is the custom functions. Whatever you can write the same name methods should be available, and handle click, and we are getting that things into the button clicked. So just click here, so we are getting the button clicked. Actually we are created the button from the child component, and we are getting access that things from the button clicked. This is the from the parent component. Okay, and if you want to pass the data, suppose let's pass some data. Here I just going to pass um, this 10. Okay, so how to get that 10 here? So here you will get the things into the data sections, or any variable you can just write in the argument, and here you will get the access of that things. Now click here, so you are getting the 10. Actually 10 is passing from here, so just write instead of 10, just make sure it's 100. So now just click here, we are getting 100. Okay, so actually we are passing data from here. Now the thing is, how actually this working, means what are the purpose of that things, how 10 or 100, it's not actually for real life. So how we are getting data from here, means I just going to create any input type text or input type things. From that we'll type some things, and dynamically it will accept. Okay, so we know the concept of v model, right? So let's write input type text, and v model just write message. Okay, so let's declare in the data sections. So where's the data sections? We have not created the data sections here, so simply write data, and here just declare return message. By default the message is blank. Okay, now if you check here, we are getting some things and it's actually blank. Okay, now I want to access this message from here, so simply write this message. So whatever we will write inside these data sections, we can directly access in the template sections, but in the script sections, in these sections we'll get all the variable using the this. Okay, so now we are passing this message. Now let's check how actually it's working. So here write some names, suppose learning points. Okay, and click here, so we are getting the learning points. So here write Vue tutorial, and just click here, we are getting the Vue tutorials, means we are providing some data to the child component, and directly we are accessing from the parent component through the send click, means emit functions. Okay, so you can understand how easily we can get things. It's not much harder things. Actually we are getting these things. Now I want to see this message when you actually typing, means how easily we can do this. So simply inline we can define any image function. So simply write @input. This is the another functions, another events, and we are calling the send click. Okay, so we are not accessing the send click from here. Actually, we are going to access the send click from here. So actually, when we write some things into this input field, we'll call the send click, and actually this will send the message, and through the button click, we'll get access from the parent component. And now, instead of that things, I just going to write in this way. So here we are getting the data, and I just going to store data from here. So here write child data. By default it's blank, and we are printing this child data from here, p child data, this. Okay, and here we just going to add this dot child data equal to the data which actually we are getting from the child component. So now we no need of this button. So here write hello. Yes, you can understand how fast. Means from the child component we are just writing any things, and it's directly going to access the parent component. Hello, this is beauty. Okay, so how you can understand means how easily, how interesting things, how beauty means when you type some things from the child component, it's directly we are getting access of that things, and instantly we are printing from the parent component. So you, if you have multiple components, and let's add some component, user component. If you have multiple component like anything, and you can get access of that things easily. Okay, so using the emits, so you can understand how powerful emits is. So hope you can understand all the things, and still if you have any queries about that things, you can comment me. So we completed the props and emit, means we completed the data passing from parent component to child component, and child component to parent component. Okay, so these are the important things. Based on that things, actually you can create your applications. Okay, and we need some more deep knowledge on emits, and we're going to discuss on that things. So hope you can understand, and hope you like this video, and please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. So thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, we are going to discuss about simple add user and listing sections, right? So this is the application we are going to discuss. So we learned the V model concept. So we learned the modeling concept, data passing concept with the components. So actually we'll click on the add user. So simply write here some IDs, and click on here, and just click on the save. Then we'll see the in the list. Okay, so how can I do this? So we'll discuss in this. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. So we already published lots of video on Vue. We know data binding, and how to use input type, and how to last few days we discussed about the component concept, means data passing, and how to get data from child to parent, parent to child. So all those things we just created. So all those things we learned. So why not we create some smallest applications, so that we can understand how actually all are working. Okay, so here I just thought we will create a simple list, and we will add some user. Okay, so user list, and we will add some user, and I will do with the component concept. Means we know the component concept, so we will do the add from and the list. There are different type of um, different components, and we will call from the main. Okay, now here we have a view. So for that, actually I want to create a component. First let's see the structure. So this is the components folder, and I want to deal with the user. So I just going to create a subfolder inside the components. Okay, So let's create a folder named users. So all the user related things will be there. Means if you want something different, means suppose if you are going to create any CRUD for country, for city, or for master. Okay, so users, students, their stocks, all those things. If you want, so actually the good practice is to create a defined folder so that all the related files will belongs to that folder only. Okay, so now I just going to create a component inside users. So let's create a component, users component dot view. Okay, so here actually what we do means let's create a simple template, and here just write a div, and inside they just write user list. Okay, and let's create a script section, and inside here just write export default, and name equal to mm, just write user component. Okay, so this is my component name, sorry, and let's import these things from our app view. Okay, so here inside the script just import, so import user component from components user component. So if you create any files inside a folder, just write the proper path. Okay, and let's add the user component here. Okay, inside the component section we are registering, and now just call the user component. Okay, now you will see this user list from here. So just go to the browser, we can see the user list. Okay, so this user list actually coming from here. Here the two things I need to create the two things. So one is the from, and one is the list sections. Okay, so for that we'll create two different component, and from that two different component we'll do different tasks, so that our aim is to split each and everything with component concept, so that we can reuse our component anywhere, any places. Okay, now let's create another two files, suppose like user from dot view, and let's create another file, user list dot view. Okay, so these two are created. Now just import from here. So inside the script sections, import user from, and import user list. Great. Now just do some things like this. So let's copy here. Okay, and we don't need these things here. So this is actually user from, and this is actually user list. We don't need to import anything. So user list and user from. Okay, now let's register this component into your script sections. So just write here components, and just create a component object, and here just user from, user list. Okay, and let's call these two things from here. So first of all let's call the user from, and then user list. So component registered. Now just go to the browser So here is the error. User list is defined but never used. User list is not defined. Oh, sorry, the mistake is here using the small. So we need to use this in the same format. Okay. So now just to go here, so you can see the user form and user list. Okay. So we split it our component, and now we need to do our works. Means here from the main component, I just going to create some users data. Just for now, we don't have database. So we are actually going to create an object. Going to define object, and here we will do. Okay. So simply just create a array type variable, and here just write ID, and let's say id1, and the name is like John. So I just going to create random 3 4 things. So the id is 1 2 3 and 4. It's John. Here write Don. Here write Smith, and now write Jack. Okay, these are the 4 things. I need to display these things from the user list. So here we have an object, so I just going to pass these things through the parent to child component. Means I just going to pass these things into the user component. So how to pass? So we need to pass in this way. So data, and just pass the users, so that things will get inside the props. So if you just go to the users component, and here we can define the props. So simply just write here props, and we will get the props um, inside the data. Okay, so this is my props. And now if I pass this data to the user list, we will get access. So simply write list data, and now pass the data. So here you can see these are passing. Now just go to the user list, so we'll get this list data from here. So now just define another props here. So to pass data from childs to parent, we need to use emits, and to pass data from parent to child, we will use the props. Okay, so we are getting list data here, so I just going to display that things. So let's see whether we are getting data from app view to the user list or not. So here the error is list data is not defined, data is not defined. Why? So actually we need to use this, and also here we need to use these things. Okay, so don't it will treat as a variable. Okay, so now we are getting data from the user list. Okay, so let's display this data using the loop. So inside the template section, just create a simple table. So write table, and inside the table I am not going to concentrate about the design. So simply write th, this will be the id, and another th I need to display the name. Okay, and we need to create the for loop. So actually we missed one things. Inside the tier we need the th. Okay, so just write it this way. And again, now we have a data in list data. So simply write just execute a loop, so that we can get all the data using the loop. So using for loop, so v4, and here let's take a user as a user list data. Okay, so user as the list data. And here I already discussed that we need to identify each and everything individually, so that you can understand actually. So we need to mention the key. So what will be the key? User dot id, this is the key. And now inside here just print the user dot id and user dot the name. Okay, so what we actually getting? So user dot name. So let's see the listing are appearing or not. So here you can see the list are appear. Okay, so just remove these things. We don't need this thing. Now let's build the form sections where we can add the user. Okay, so actually we are doing these things whatever we already learned from our this tutorial series. So after that we'll modify these things, or we will do this code more professional way. But for now this is good to learn. Okay, now let's create a user from here. So here first let's create a from tag. So from, and here the from tag close. Now just create two things. We have id and name. Okay, so simply write input type, uh, let's say it's text type obviously, and I just going to write a v model. So I'll provide the id for now. We are not going to make it dynamic. And v model id, and let's say placeholder enter id. Okay, so this is the first things, and we are going to create another thing. So id, and let's say this is name. So enter name. Okay, so actually we are using the v model. We will use the binding. So we need to create our reactive property. So let's simply use the data, and inside here I just going to write return, and here we just define all the things. So firstly id, and initially I just making it as 0, and the name by default I just write as a blank. Okay, that's good. Now another things we need to create the button, so that when click on the button it will save, right? So let's use the type, and let's use the submit. Now just go here and see. Okay, so we are getting these things. Actually I forgot to mention that is save. Okay, so we can see the id and name sections. We have save button. So when we actually save, this list will increase. Okay, now the thing is, inside the view when you click on the save, actually it's loading. Okay, but I don't need to load any things. Okay, so when you click on that things, it will not reload. Actually it will save, and it will enter into this list. Okay, so the submit button default behavior is to reload the page, to submit the page. So here we can write here submit dot prevent. Okay, and let's create a functions. Suppose save user. So when you click on this button, it will call the save user, and from the save user it will save the data. So let's use save user, and here let's create another objects. So write methods, and here just define save user. Okay, so let's see whether we are getting data or not. So simply write console dot log and id and name. Okay, we cannot access in this way. We want to use the this dot name. Actually this is the reactive property, and inside the skip sections, if you want to access, we can use the id, or we can use the this. Okay, so just inspect element. Let's see it's working or not. So console. Now I just going to write 5, and name is something um, Shomo. Okay, my name. So click on the save. So we are getting 5 and Shomo. Okay, so this is the data we are getting. Now our work is to, when you click on the save, we just going to refresh the page. No, I just not going to refresh. We're going to reset the from. This again it will be blank, and we will add this data into the list section, so that we can see in this list. Okay, so how we can do this? So first of all we can emit this data to the parent component. Okay, and in the parent component we have the data, so that we can add this data into here, and we can pass this to the user list. We can see the data. The process is the same. Okay, now just use this dot emit. You can write $emit, and what will emit? So let's add save user. So this is the emitted section, save user. By this save user will get the data, and what will pass? This dot id and this dot name. So we'll pass this data. So how we can get these things? So just this dot id. Now we are calling user from here. Now just go to these tag sections, and here just trying to call these things. So simply write just like what we actually created. Let's see again, save user. So simply write in this way, save user, and for that we'll create another functions. So when you click on the save user, we're going to create another functions or method, you can say. So that will actually responsible to save the data. Okay, means accept the data. So simply let's create another sections, that is methods, and let's create a save user. Now another things, how we get these things? So we have a two parameters, id and name. So we'll get id and name from here, id and name. Now the thing is, we cannot modify the profs directly. Actually this is not good practice. So that's the reason I just going to create a local variable, and that local variable will store the data. Okay, now let's create the data sections. So simply here write data. So just here let's define the data, and simply write here return user data. Okay, and user data by default this is as treat as an array, and when we going to get this user data from the app view, so as a data we are getting, so this data will be converted to the user data. We'll store these things into the user data. So let's create another functions, create it. Okay, and inside the created we will store all the list data into the user data. Okay, so simply just use this user data, this dot user data equal to whatever we are getting from the props, this data. Okay, so we are getting props data. Now I just going to pass these things to the user list. Great. Now let's see its listing is showing or not. Actually this is a problem. So what is the problem? id is defined but never used. User components dot view id defined and not used. Where? Okay, these are the things actually are defined, not used. Okay, we are not using actually currently. Console.log id name. Okay, that's it will solve the error. So we are getting the list also. Okay, so no problem. That means using the user data we are getting these things, and we can get access of that things. Now the thing is, so when we just submitted the form from the button, we are just submitting from the emits, and we are storing this thing data here. Simple. Now I just going to push this data. So simply just use this user data dot push, and what I will push the id and name. Okay, so we are getting id and name, so we are pushing these things here. Now just go here and let's add some data 5, and let's add any Daniel. Okay, so let's save this. Yes, it's getting 5 Daniel. Then we just write 6. Suppose you write Rosie. So we are getting data instantly. The next thing is the toggle things. Okay, so means by default this form will not appear. So when you click on some things, means I just going to create a button. So when you click on that button, it will show, otherwise it will not show. So here I just going to use a button, suppose add user button. Okay, so let's create a button for add user, and let's create another button. So if you don't want to add, or don't want to add user, then we just going to get the cancel options. Okay, so in the cancel options, let's click on some things. Means I just going to add user. So simply write in the events, just write add user. Okay, so just click event and write open the form. So when we click on this add user, actually it will open the form. So simply let's take a variable so that will control it will open the form or not. So here write is open from. Okay, is open from. By default I am not going to open, so it's false. Okay, and in the component section, in the user form sections, here just define the b if is open from is true, then only it will show. By default it's false, so by default this will not open. Okay, so when it will be true, so when you click on this open from sections, that will make it true. So simply write open from. So when you click on that things, so it will become this dot open from will become true. So that time it will open. So let's see it's working or not. So by default add user. Okay, so it's opening, and we can save whatever we can do. So when you click on the cancel, then it will not going to see the from, so it will hide. Actually, how we can do this? So let's create another thing. So inside the cancel, so simply right click, and I'm just going to write in line. So is open from equal to false. Okay, we can say it equal to false. So here just go and add user, cancel, add, cancel. Okay, these are working perfectly. Okay, so I don't need cancel by default, so I just writing the same things here. So uh, when we are clicking on the add user, then it will cancel, otherwise it will not. Okay, and when we click on the add user, the add user button should not open. So the reverse things, so b if not is open from. Okay, so by default we are getting the add user, and we can save that things. After that we can cancel, we can check. So now just going to add another things. Suppose id is 7, and here write sunny. So click on save, it's sunny, and then cancel or close the from anything. Okay, so this is actually the basic gist what we learned from last few days or few weeks. Okay, so we learn whatever, we just use that things. From the next day we are going to learn some advanced things, and after few days we will gist with one video like this. Okay, so hope you can understand, and if you have any queries about this video, you can comment me in the below comment sections. So hope you like this video, and please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. In this video we are going to discuss about what is slot in Vue JS and how it actually working, what are types of slot. I will discuss each and everything with example. Okay, so what is actually the slot? actually slot is associated with the component base, means to describe slot basically we need multiple components where we have one is child component, one is parent component. Okay, actually slot allows you to pass content from a parent component into a child component's template sections. Okay, so if you check here, you can see this is the template section and this is the script sections. So actually it concentrate about the template sections. Okay, so think of it as a placeholder in your component and that gets filled with the content provided by the parent. Okay, so basically there are three types of slot in Vue. I will discuss each and everything step by step. So let's open the notepad and I will write the three type of slot. Actually we have one, that is default slot. Then we have the named slot, and another is like you can say scoped slot. Okay, so basically there are three types of slot. I will discuss in this video each and everything with the example. Okay, so after that it will clear the slot concept. Now first thing first, so I just going to discuss the default slot. Okay, so what is default slot? The default slot is the basic placeholder inside a component that gets replaced by content provided by the parent. So we don't understand what I'm going to say. Okay, so let's create. So I think you can understand this is the app view you will get when you install your applications, and I will use app view as a parent component, and I will create another component which will be as a which will treat as a child component. So let's create a file. Suppose you write anything. Write alert box dot view. So this is my second component. Actually, will be the child component. Okay. So this is the template sections, and let's introduce the script sections, and this is the script sections. Okay, so this is alert box, and in the script sections just define anything, so we don't need script right now. And here I just going to define the basic slot. So here just use this slot tag. Okay, so what actually go inside this slot tag? So this is as a child component and this is our parent component. Now just import these things to use the alert box into your as a child component to the parent component. So simply write import and here write alert box from components alert box. Okay, and now register this alert box into your component sections. You already understand or you already know. And here I have imported these things, and let's call this alert box from the parent component. Okay, so here we have a tag that is the component name alert box. So let's call these things alert box and close this. And here I just want to put something. This is alert box, we already write it here. Now I just going to write here p tag, and this is message from parent component. Okay, now inside the alert box we have written these things, and here inside the alert we have created the slot. So now you can see your parent data will go inside these slot sections. So just go here, this is alert box and this is message from parent component. So here we have not used any props or we have not used any emits, like So basically we communicate from component to component, means one component to another component using the props or emits, but we don't need these things. Okay, so this is the basic kind of slot. This is the default slot in Vue, means whatever we will write inside here, means inside this tag, all will replace into the slot. So I just going to write another thing. Suppose let's say another p. This is another message. Okay, so it will go inside here. This is another message. So if you write something after the slot, after the slot, I just written these things after the slot. Also, I just take into the p sections. It is good practice actually. Always you need to mention the tag so that it will go great. Okay, now just copy this. Here you can see this is alert box and this is slot end. Okay, and this is actually the slot tag, and here we will push all the things which we have inside this. So simply just go and you can see all are pushed actually in the slot section. So this is the default slot. Next I am going to discuss about another things. Next topic is the named slot. Okay, so we understand the default slot. So done. Now named slot. Up to this, if you have any queries about default slot, you can come at me. So next is named slot. So named slot is something that is more specific. Means it's actually allowed to define multiple sections of a component that can be filled separately. So let's take an example. Suppose I just going to create layout, means I just going to create another component, and let's create a new file. Suppose I just going to create a layout type of things, that is header, footer, body. Okay, so base layout dot view. Okay, so just close this, and we are not using these things. So I just removing this, and we are not restoring. Okay, now in the base template sections, just create the template, and here just create a div, and inside a div I just going to create some sections like header, footer, right? So here simply write header sections, and inside the header I just going to create the slot. Suppose the slot, this name is header, and let's create another slot like footer. So simply write FWT footer, and let's use here, and you can name the footer. So the two slot, one is header slot, another is footer slot, and let's use the default slot also. So here write another slot, so which we already learned. So this is for default slot. Now I want to push the data into the header sections, footer section, and the body sections. Okay, so this will use as a body. Okay, so how we can do this? So let's import this first. Import base layout. Okay, and let's register this into the component sections, and here we will use the base layout. So here inside the template, just write base layout and just close base layout. Okay, now we will call all the sections, we will call all the slots by the name. That's the reason it's actually called the name slot. So here you can see this is inside the template sections we are calling. So now here we just going to define another template, and let's inside the template we will write the name as we have the name, that is header. So whatever we will write in this section, it will go under the header slot, and this will go under the footer slot. Okay, and I want to use another things, means for body purpose we are just going to use in this way. So for body we can write this is body. Okay, and here you can just write this is header, and here write this is footer. Okay, so this header section will this header part, this header text will come into this under header slot, this footer will come into the footer slot, and this is the default slot. So this actually the named slot, and this actually the default slot. These are the default slots, you already know. Okay, now just go and let's see. So this is header, this is body, and this is the footer. You don't need to mention the order actually, so you can run any place inside the base layout. So just inside the base layout you can run. So I changed the order, and now you will get the same things. Actually it will push into the footer, it will push into the header, and it will push into the body section for default slot. Okay, so here you can see you can see from by inspecting. So simply right, just go into here and inspect. You can see this is body, this is a default slot, and inside the header section we are getting this is header, and inside the footer we are getting this is footer. Okay, so I just pass data from the header name, from the footer name, and this is the default. So hope you can understand what are the purpose of named slot. These interesting things. Suppose you are going to create any applications, and that time for a particular part, means in the menu section, the header section, the footer section, whatever we want to write, whatever we want to pass, we can pass through the named slot, right? So you can understand what is named slot. If you have any queries about default slot, named slot, you can comment me. Okay, I will try to explain, or I will try to answer in this manner. Okay, so default slot and name slot is done. The next thing is scoped slot. This is an interesting thing. Okay, so scope slot is what? So what is scope slot? The scoped slot is when a child component provides data to the parent through the slot. Means I will pass the data from child to parent. Here we are passing data from parent to child, but the scope slot is something different. We will pass the data from child component to parent. So let's take an example. We are closing this again, and we are trying to give an example with the different files, so that you can understand better. Okay, no conflict between them. Now I just going to create another components. Let's say the student component. Okay, so student, student, student component dot view. Okay, so let's use this student component here. Import, import, and here write student component, and let's add the student component, and here we are just restoring in the component sections. Okay, so this is a parent component, this is a child component, and here we just going to use the template, and all the things we will do from the here. So here I will pass the student component, this is the child component. I will pass the child component data to the parent component. So let's use some script, and here I will just going to export default. Okay, so simply write export default. I need some script from here. Okay, so that's the reason I just added the script. Okay, and let's use the data, and here just define some things. Means here I just going to define some data like students data, and there may have multiple data, so I just going to add the array. Okay, so here write id 1 2 3 whatever. Okay, so student, or here write Rose, then write Jack, then write Jill, whatever. Okay, so I just created 3 things. Now I just going to print these things through the slot. So here just create the slot, and here I just going to print this in this way. Okay, so slot V for student in students. So this is the students, and I want to get this student from here. And now we need some keys for loop operation. So simply write key $key student.id, and I just going to pass these things student into the student. Now inside the app view we will get all the things as a student. Okay, so we are passing these things as a student. So simply just call this. So here write the student component, and inside the student component just define the template, and here just write as default, and we will get all the things as a student. Okay, and let's close the template. So we have data into the child component, and we will get access of that things from the parent component. So how? So you can understand, inside the student we will get. So we are getting from the slot. Okay, now just here inside the student, all the things, means all the id name, all the objects are there. So we are getting the id name, hello student name. Okay, and also if you want to print the id also we can print. So simply just go with id hello student name with id student id. So refresh this. So we are getting hello with id. Actually it's not printing. Why not printing? Because here we need to add these things. After that it will actually work. So hello Rose id 1, hello Jack with id 2, hello Jill with id 3. So in this way, actually in these brasses you want to you need to use that thing. So just default and the student. Okay, so hope you can understand this slot also. This is a scoped slot. So all the three things, means default slot, name slot, and scope slot is done. So you can understand what are slots and what are types of slot and how to use that slot, and what are the difference between the three types of slot. Okay, so basically the slot is used to push some content, some data from parent to child, or if you want to pass some data from child to parent, use the scoped slot also. Okay, so hope you can understand, and hope you like this video. And still if you have any queries about this video, please comment me in the comment sections. I will try to answer as soon as possible. Okay, so please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. In this video we are going to discuss about Vue JS life cycle hooks. Just like every framework, Vue have its own life cycle, means before creation to after the destruction. So means these life cycle hooks actually called at the specific point in the life of a Vue component, right? And it's calling from the creation to destructions. So there are lots of functions, there are multiple things which are actually responsible to get each and every point, so that we can understand our state, in which state we have my applications, in which state we have our DOM, in which state we are going to modify or mounting our DOM. So we can understand through the life cycle hooks. This video actually is little theoretical. It needs to understand better. So firstly, when we discuss about the life cycle hooks, the first thing is how it's created, means what are the first step when we load any Vue applications. So firstly, creation also have two things, one before create and the created. actually before created call, before data is set up, or you can say reactivity is set up, and after the setup it's called the created. Okay, so this is the creation part, and in the every step we have a before create functions, we have a created functions. So when you want to use the particular functions for a particular points of our execution time, we can use that functions. I will explain with the example. First learn the theoretical part. After the creation, the next operation is mounting. Also, these are the two things, before mount and after mount. And the purpose of before mount is to activate or it actually call before the components mounted to the actual DOM, right? And after the mount into the DOM, then the mounted property will call, or mounted functions will call. Next, the updating, actually before update and update it. Actually, if you say it's called, if you say the before update called before the DOM is updated. So creation is the first thing when you create or when you set up our reactive property into the Vue's applications, and after that the next thing is mounting, right? So it's before mount and after mount. After the mount our application is okay, means we can see all the things. Then we are going to update some things. Before update and update means our DOM is fully loaded, now we are going to update, then it's called the before update. And when the update is done, actually it's called updated. And the last thing is, as we are mounting, we need to unmount that things. So it's before unmount and the unmounted. Okay, so before unmount is called right before the component is permanently removed, and when it's actually removed, then it's called the unmounted functions. So let's explain all the things step by step with the example. So if you see, we have our applications. This is the app view, and this is another component. The lifecycle example view actually I just created to show you how actually it's working. In the script sections, we can see in the export default sections, we have the functions which I just discussed, just like creation functions, mounting functions, updating functions, and unmounting functions. We write down all the things step by step. First, before create, then created, before mount, and then mounted, before update, and after updated, or after update is called updated actually, before unmount and unmounted. How actually it's working? So if you check in the app view, we have called this lifecycle example dot view. Actually I just going to load the things. Let's see what function or which functions actually call. We will see step by step. So just go to our URL. First, when you're going to load our application, actually it's called the before create functions. Data not yet reactive. This is the first step. This is the initial step when you're going to render our applications. After that, you can see it's created. Data is reactive, but count equal to some things, means there is no anything, means we are not getting this property and it's called. Okay, this count it's not getting, then it's created. Okay, so actually it's going to read these things. Now after the created, it's going to mount into the DOM. So how we going to say, so template is not yet in DOM, so let's okay, and then it's calling before mount, means Vue application will just going to render into the DOM just before the movement. If you want to catch, then we can write before mount, and after that we are getting the component is now in the DOM, so component is ready. Okay, so these are the four things before create the DOM. Actually these are actually created. Now here we have one things, that is the toggle life cycle, and here I added conditions v if show. By default show is true, that's the reason we are getting this component. Now when we will change, it will become false, right? So just click on that. Let's say what actually going. Now toggle lifecycle example. I just going to click on that things. Actually, it's before unmount. It's mounted. Here you can see the mounted the DOM. Now I just going to remove, means I just going to toggle. Then it's actually unmounting the DOM. So it's before unmounts. You can see in the background, we can see component is about to remove. Now click on OK. So component has been removed, right? Now again we are just going to click on that things. Again it's before create, then created, then before mount, and the mounted. Then we'll get. Now another things, here I just going to write some things in the button. When you click on the button, we will going to change, or we will going to change the reactive property count. So now I just going to update something. So it should call before update and updated. So click on the increment. DOM is about to update, means it's not updated yet, but it's about to update. And now click on OK. DOM has been updated. So okay, it's 1. So these 8 functions for creation, mounting, updation, and unmounting, these are the base of your life cycle in Vue.js, right? So based on these functions, actually step by step all the functions actually load. If you use that functions, you will get effect. Means sometimes if you want to get any things or any point of time, you're just going to do something before the mount, then you can use the before mount. Or sometimes you want to change the mounted functions, means we just mount it, but we are going to change the mounted functions. So that time we can use the mounted, and after the mounted we can get the DOM, we can get effect of the DOM into your browser. Then we can see, we can unmount that, we can again mount, all the things we can do, and every point of time we can catch that things. Okay, so when you're going to create any live application, you can understand sometimes you need some points of time, you want to update some data, so that time you may need these type of functions. Okay, so these are the core things. Basically this is the theoretical part. Actually it's very important things when you're going to understand when you're going to create your applications. Okay, so hope you can understand. So next day we are going to discuss about one of the interesting things. We're going to move into the routing part. Okay, so enough we are doing. So we already published 24-25 videos on Vue.js. Now I just going to create a navigation. I just going to create or some routing concept. Okay, so hope we will see in our next video. So please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue.js tutorial. So in this video we are going to discuss one of the important things, that is the Vue Router. Okay, so what is the Vue Router? The official way to add page navigation and routing to your Vue applications. So if you search Vue Router, so this is actually package we need to install through the npm. So let's go to the installation part, and you will see you can install the Vue Router using the npm command. That's the npm install Vue Router. Okay, so let's install these things into your applications. Okay, so just go here and open a command prompt, and here npm install Vue Router. Okay, so what is Vue Router actually? Vue Router is the official routing library for Vue.js. So you can understand from the Vue.js website we are getting, it's mainly uses to navigate between pages or components through the URLs. Okay, and it's create a single page applications. You can say SPA, and handle nested routing and routing parameters, enable history mode, or hash mode. So all the things we will learn. Okay, so let's install it first. So it's installed. Okay, no problem. Now just configure into your applications. Okay, so it's installed. How you can understand? So if you just go to the package.json, you can see the Vue router is installed, the 4.5.1 version. Okay, good. Now the thing is how to implement. Okay, so inside the components, let's create some files for me for my pages. So just create a folder like pages. Okay, and inside the page we are just going to create like home home page dot view, then create about us dot view, or you can say about us page. Actually we write in the home page, that's the reason I am writing the about us page. Okay, now before that we just install our routing. Now we need to configure into our applications. Okay, so how to configure? So for routing we are just going to create another folder inside the src. I just going to create a folder that is a router. Okay, and inside the router we just going to create index.js, and in the index.js actually we will write all the routing things. Okay, now to use a router, simply import and here write create router and create web history from the Vue router. Okay, and just call the home page, or if you want to import another page, we will import from uh, home about page. Okay, so we included. So here we can see this will need this will need us. Okay, so how to define the router? So I just going to create a constant variable like constant routes, and here we can see the path is base URL slash, and it's a home page and it's about page. So all we write. Now here we can see the router. We are using the create router from the Vue router, and we just mentioned the history that is for our create web history. Actually we will maintain the forward, backward, or history related things. And actually we are printed, we are added, and we added the routes. Actually we define the routes here. This is the array of object. Okay, now finally we need to export their things. Export default router. So our basic router is added. Now just going to create some things into here, and we will render that thing. So here just write this is home page, and same in the about us I just going to write this is about us page. Okay, now we created the router, but how app will understand means if you check into the browser, so we are not going to get these router things, or if you just write these about sections, it will not work. Okay, so the thing is here we are mention the path, that is the slash means the default path, and the name is home, you can write, and component is home means when you're going to call this slash, then it will call the home component. When you're going to write slash about, it will going to add the about component. Okay, it is going to call the about component. But what is index.js, my application don't know now. Okay, so we need to register. So for the registrations we need a main.js where the Vue will register. Now inside here we just going to import the router from router. Okay, and let's use this. So simply just write dot and use router. Now it's using dot Vue. but it's actually calling app.view. So we need to mention, we need to render these things, our routing here. So how to render? Simply just write router view. Okay, actually this is the strong tag. When we use router, then you can use the router view. Actually all the page contents is coming here. Now just go to the browser. So compiled with error, cannot resolve views home.view. Sorry, my mistake here, I added the wrong path. So here we need to add the components slash the pages, then the home page, and here also simply write components slash pages and about us page dot view. Okay, now it should work. Okay, so it's actually getting, as our link is about, this is an about us page, and if you just remove that things, it's showing this is home page. Okay, so the route is actually working. Okay, not double slash, single slash, route is working. Now I need to create a menu like things so that we can understand this better. Now inside the app view we just added the router view. When we going to see any things, the router view actually render all the layouts things, all the components things. But here I just going to create a menu like things so that inside the menu we can click and we can render. So simply just create a router link here, and it's for home and it's for about. Okay, now just go here. So this is home and this is about. Okay, so you can understand when you click on that things, it's toggling without refreshing any things, and how fast it's actually going. Okay, and just like right in BSP, actually we need a proper design so that it will looks better, but currently we are not concentrating about design. So we just created the home and about, and we are rendering two different pages. So here you can see the home, this is home page, and here just write p tag home page content, and here write about us page content. So this is homepage and homepage content, about us and about us page content. So you can see our URL also changing when you click on that things. Okay, so we created the static routing in this video. So next we are going to discuss about more about that things. So in our upcoming video we will create a dynamic routing, and also we will try to learn how we can create the nested routing. Okay, so we created simple routing here and we just pasted that things and it's actually working. Right, now if I going to create a menu, inside the menu there is some menu. If I want to do some things manually, so how can I do this? Okay, so we'll learn in our next video. So in this video, if you have any queries, please comment in the below comment sections. Please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. We are discussing about Vue Router. So last day we discussed about basic router, means how we can render page, means I just created a simple home and about page and it's rendering through the router. Okay, so if you check, I defined my router here. Okay, and here we just calling in this way, means we imported two things, that is the two page, home page and about us page, and we created this route home and about, and this actually working. Now in this video we are going to discuss about means how to create dynamic routing and how to create nested routing like things, right? So how we can do this? First let's use nested routing. Okay, how can we do this? So here home and about, I just going to create another routing, that is I just going to create another menu like things, like I am going to add student. Okay, So simple, just go here, and inside the components I just going to create another files, another folder like student. Okay, and here I will going to add students related things. Okay, so simply students, inside here I just going to create student component dot view. Okay, just include it, and here just going to create import student component from components student component. Okay, so just add the component in this way. Okay, now just write something here, means just go inside the template, and let's write here h1 tag or h1. Okay, no problem, student now just trying to load these things. So here inside the index.js we need to mention uh, what actually we going to use link, and what will be the component to use. So here you can see the students and student component is there. Now if I just going to add the link into the app view, so here we can add, so add these things, and I just not going to concentrate about the design right now. Okay, so here just first we learn the functionality, and we will do design later. Okay, now add students. So here we can see the students. So clicking on students, it's actually appearing the students. Now here I want to add the nested component concept, means for the student we have some links, right? Like add student or edit student or student list, right? So by default when you click on the student we are going to use the student list, but I just going to add some add student or edit student option. So how can I do this? So for that, let's create inside the student component. I just going to create some things, and I just going to make it dynamic. Means here I just going to use the script tag, and inside the script I just going to add some student manually. Okay, and I will make it dynamic through the route. So how can I do this? Now here just declare some data, and just create some reactive variables. So simply return, and here declare some data like users, or sorry, students. And inside the students I just going to add some things, suppose id 1, name rows 2, jag, Jill, okay, whatever. Now here I just going to print that things, and I will create some action button, and based on this id it will go to the particular page. Okay, now just go some table html. Okay, I just need some good html, so you will get this type of things here. So some design needs. Okay, so here just copy these things, table part. Okay, and here just write student list, and here write this table, and I need design for that. So here I just copy the style. Okay, not much things. So let's see how it's appearing, and just write here style, and let's use scoped style. Inside here just write this. Now let's see what actually appear. So we are getting some basic styling. Okay, now let's print that student to here. So here first write id, or here write name, and then I just going to add some action. So in the actions there will be the edit. Okay, and here I will print in this way using the for loop. So simply write v4 and here write student, and you know the loop, how to execute the loop: student id and student name, and the action will be their student id. Okay, so I will create, suppose for id 1, so here that will be the edit 1 in this way, or simply you can write a1, no problem. Okay, so I just going to make it dynamic, and also I need to implement the nested concept also. So here in the app sections, I just going to create some links, or not in the here, I just going to create here, I just going to add some nested links, nested routes into the student. Okay, now for that, actually here we need to mention some things like this. Suppose let's use the children, and here just use the student id, and for student details it's actually going to call the student component. Now I just changing from student component to import. So let's first create some page. So inside the students, let's create some page for add student. Add student dot view, then I just going to create edit student dot view. Okay, so here I just create template and simply write add student view. Okay, let's render these things. Add student, and same type of things I just here edit student. Okay, now we need to call these things. So here write import add student from the add student component. So use component students add student, and import here write edit student. Okay, another component edit student. Okay, so you can write at the rate, or you can write in this path also. Okay, now for edit I just going to use student edit, and we are going to use the edit student, and you can write edit student name. And another things I just going to create here create add student. So right here add student, and it's add student, and just it will be the add. The important thing is when we're going to use the router, when we're going to use the router view, so here we define the router view. That's the reason all the components are rendering here. Now if I want to use inside the children, then in the parent component we need to write the same things. Okay, so in the student component, so just go here. Here I just going to add this student view, so the edit link will be appear. Okay, now here you can see some things it's not appearing because I don't declare the menu here. Here I just going to write in this way, means write I just going to declare a add first add link, and let's see it's working or not. So simple, just copy, and here student add. Okay, so what will be the path? First student, sorry, just go here student. Actually we don't need to write the student repeatedly here, we already have the student, and inside that student we will get these things. So student add, student slash add. Now let's go and let's see add student. So here you can see the add student, and when you click on that it will render the add student. Okay, now here I just going to add another things, means here you can see the student ad is added here. I just going to click another things, means when you're going to create a students, the list will appear and there will have add student. When you click on add student, that will be load inside here, not the full list also that things. So I just going to change these things, means when you're going to load, by default when you're going to click the student, then by default I just going to load the student component. Okay, and after that will change to the list, means here we have a home, about, and students. Okay, so we are getting the student list. When you click on the add student, it will load the add student component. Okay, actually whatever we will write in here, it will do. Right, and here we can write any back button also. So simply write another button like this. So here write student page. Okay, so here write back to, or you can simply write student list. Okay, so you are getting the student list. Click on that, you are getting the student list, and you will click on that, so it will load the add student option. So here we need to implement the from all the things. Okay, we are not going to discuss about that things. So now we are getting the student list. Now this is actually the nested routing. You can understand how it's working. Another thing, here I just need to click on the edit. So when we're going to edit, we'll go to the particular student page and we'll get the edit page. Okay, so let's see how can do this. So here we just writing simple edit. Here I just going to add the router link. So here write router link. Okay, to student edit and edit. Now just go here and you can see the URL student edit 1. So just see the bottom left corner, you can see the student edit 1, then change student edit 2. So click on this. So actually we are getting the edit student. Okay, and here click on this, we are going to the edit student component. So it's all actually working. Now if you want to see which ID we have, means if I want to get access of this link, how can I do this? So inside the ID student, here write some things like inside a p tag, student ID is just print route params ID. Okay, so actually I will access the route params ID. So here just go and you can see the student ID is 1, and go back and you can see the student ID is 2, student ID is 3. In this way we can get, okay, student ID. And from here I also going to get the list page link. So just like here, simply just add these things. Okay, so edit student and go to student list in this way. Okay, you can write anywhere. Actually I am just going to show you the functionality. You can do design for you. Okay, no problem. Okay, student ID 1. So here you can see the details of all the student. Okay, means you will get this ID, and by that ID you can get the access of the whole data of the student. So now you can understand how to create a dynamic routing and nested routing also. Means here we can see the dynamic routing, and inside the student, when we just going to create any student card, we will do all the things like student add or student edit or something. So route we can define. For user, we can simply write user, and all the user related thing will come after the user path. Okay, so in this way we can use the routing in Vue.js. Okay, so hope you can understand, and still if you have any queries about this video, you can comment me below comment sections. So next day we are going to discuss about another interesting thing on route. We'll discuss with the route guard, and we will discuss about how to use the 404 page. Means some things here I just write which are not inside the route, then I need to go into the 404 page. How we can do this? Okay, so we'll do in the next video. So thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. In this video, we are going to discuss about Vue Router, another concept. Means last few days we are discussing about how to use a router and how to create a nested router, dynamic routing. Okay, so you can see the nested routing and then dynamic routing. So now the new thing is, suppose if I just going to use any random URL, okay, so then what happen? So I just click on the random URL which are not actually in our route group or in our route. Then how to use the 404 page? Means if any URL is entered which are not in our route, then I just going to display the 404 page. So how we can do this? Simple. There is no much things about that. We have some options to do this. So here I defined all the routes, just like slash, that is for home, about, and this is the student, this is a nested route. Here I just going to create another routes. I just going to declare. So simply write path catch all dot star, means if no above any URL is matching, then it will call these routes. Okay, so here I just going to use not found page. Okay, and we will create a page for this. So simply I just go here inside the components. I just going to create another page like not found page dot v. Okay, and just import into our index.js. So simply write import not found page from components pages not found page. So simply write template and write here not found 404 page. Okay, so if you are not getting any proper URL, then you will get these things. So simply write home, or suppose if you just click on the home, about, students, will get the link. And if you just use any random URL, then you are getting the not found. Okay, so anything you write, you will get the not found page. So I have some small I have s- so I have some small design for that. So I just copy and paste it here, and let's see how it's appearing. Okay, so it's actually 404. Oops, the page you are looking for this not here. Go back to home, means you can click, or you can say the home URL here. Otherwise it will work just like this. Okay, so this is a simple tutorial. Actually this is for 404 page, and in every application you need this. Okay, so hope you can understand these small tricks. And still, if you have any queries about this video, please comment me in the below comment section. And next day we are going to discuss about routing guard. Okay, so thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Bye. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. In this video we are going to discuss about Vue Router complete concept. Means we discussed about Vue Router 2-3 parts, but here we will discuss the complete routing concept with a login logout system with a guard concept in route, right? And for this video actually we are going to use another things. We don't have database right now, so that we will use local storage for storing data. Okay, so let's start step by step. Actually I created my Vue.js applications, and after that we installed the Vue Router. So we know how to do the things, means install Vue Router and applications. So to install Vue Router, simply if you use npm, you can use npm install Vue Router, and if you want to specify the version, you can write at the rate 4, no problem. I already installed a Vue Router, and you can see in the package.json that is the 4.5.1. Also, I configured the route into the main.js, so I imported a router and we are using for these applications. And whatever we will write, we will use inside the app view. That's the reason I added a router view into my applications. Okay, so these are the things we already done. And another things, I added index.js. Here we will do all the routing related operations, means the routing path and guard system, or everything we'll do here. Okay, so I added the router. Then to display the layouting or the template view, we use a router view, and for URL we added these route sections. Okay, if you done these three things, after that we can start my applications. Okay, so firstly I just going to create some component where some component will be publicly open, like I just going to create a home page like things or some things, right? And we will have a login page, and after login we can access some page like profile settings. Okay, so these are the main things we'll do. Now let's create some components. Okay, and now first let's create a component that is login component dot view. Okay, and just create another things. So for simple pages I just going to add the pages, the folder or views folder, and inside the views folder we will do all the things. Sorry, this will be the file. Now create a folder inside the components, just write views, and inside the views we will create some files like dashboard component dot, or simply write dashboard page dot view, or create some another like admin page dot view, and let's create another like profile. We have a profile, so profile page dot view, and the last one I just going to create settings page dot view. I just create it. Okay, no problem, and we'll use these things. So this 4 and 5, total 5 page I created. Now let's see how our routing structure will be. So first let's import all the things into our router, into the index.js, actually where we will create all the routing related things. Now here simply write in this way. So here write import. First let's import the dashboard. So dashboard page. From where? From components, views, dashboard. Okay. Dash spelling mistake. Oh, no problem. It will be the dashboard, and that will be the dashboard. No problem. Update imports in dashboard always. Yes. Okay. So dashboard page import. Now just import the component login page. So simply write login page components view login page, and import then admin, then the profile, and then settings. So simply write import profile, and finally we have another, that is settings page. Okay, so all the things imported, so we can access. Now inside the routes we will create all the route sections. So simply write path, and by default we will create in this way. By default slash component, that is the dashboard page, and for login we will use the login page. Okay, now I just going to create another things for admin. means I will create the admin and another sections. So for admin, we'll do admin page. Okay, so simply define path and let's use /admin, and here I just going to define the component like component admin page. But here inside the component we will create a nested concept. Okay, so here we will have the children. So just use children and we'll import the profile and settings. Okay, so the UI will be the login and admin will be directly open, and profile and settings will be under the admin page. Great. Now let's add all the things. Let's add some content into all the pages. So firstly, there will be simple things. Means inside the inside the settings, you can write just a setting page. Means template, and here write in this way div, and just write h2 setting page, and next profile page, copy and paste, and here write simple profile page. So same like I just add for all page, that is the admin page, and just go and here write this is the dashboard page, and for login page just write login page. Okay, so let's see whether my application is running or not. Okay, so error is cannot resolve components views login page, the module not found. Okay, let's see. Actually, these are the auto suggestions based on our VS Code. Actually, this login page not inside here. Actually, the login page will be just like this. Means here inside the components we don't have views. Inside the components, just use login component. Okay, so that should work now. Okay, so it's working. This showing a dashboard page as we are using the slash is dashboard, and if you use the login, then it's rendering login page, then it's displaying the admin page in this way. Okay, all are working. Now I just removing these things for now. Okay, so we can see the admin page, and if you click on the slash, so it's dashboard page. That's great. Now here we need to add the conditions. So first just go to the login component. Okay, and here we will do all our logic. We will create our logic. So we are having, so we have the template sections. Now just use the script, and inside the script we will create our logic. So simply write export default, and here write, here I need some methods. So methods to click login. So simply write methods. Okay, and just create a method that is a login method. Actually, this method will be called when we just going to hit the login button. So I will create the button, and this will be the login button, and here just write @click functions, and login. Okay, so when we go to the login page, so just go here and you can see the login button and click here. So actually it will call. So just go and set alert, and let's refresh. You can see the here. Okay, so that means when you click on login, the login is occurring. It means this login functions is calling. Now do the logic. Means here just inspect this, and inside the applications you will have the local storage. Okay, so here I will just add some key value pair. Means when we log in, I will set some flag here, and based on that we can understand whether we are logged in or not. Okay, now when we just going to hit the login, I will do the login. So use local storage dot set item. You can see the auth. Okay, I just going to set the auth, auth, that is the true, and then we will push to the admin. Means when we log in, then we'll go to the admin page. Great. Now let's see. So here just refresh once again and click on login. So we are going to the admin page, and here you can see the auth is true. Okay, and when you log out, we will do the reverse things. Okay, so just go to the admin page. So here I just going to do the reverse things, means here just write script, and inside the script I just going to do the logout functions. Okay, so firstly let's create a button, and let's log out, and just going to create another function, right click and log out. Okay, so these will be my functions, and here I just going to use the export default log out, and when we just going to log out, we just going to remove these things. So local storage remove item log out, and I will just move to the base URL or login page, anything. Okay, so for now I just going to the base URL. Okay, means just refresh this. So when you click on logout, actually it is going to the dashboard page, and these things are gone. So for now I just going to use the login page. So here write /login. So let's see how login is going. Now click on login, you can see the auth true set, and when we log out, these auth are false. So these are the things I need to implement. Now I just going to add some menus here to navigate. So simply write a nav, and inside the nav I just going to use a router link, router ROU router link, and just go to the profile page or so router link admin profile, then we can see the router link admin settings page. Okay, so click on login, so we are getting access the profile setting all the places. Okay, but I just going to write here, means I just going to get here, that is the admin settings, and I just logging out. Still I can access this page. That should not happen, means when we are not logged in, we cannot access the admin and settings. So for that reason we need to implement the guard. Okay, so how to implement? Here we can see our routing. Inside the routing, in the admin section we have profile and settings. Okay, so we can access the profile settings, but without login we should not access. So that's the reason here we need to do, or we need to implement some logic. So based on our local storage, what actually we have set the auth. So based on auth, we can add the logic. So here just write router dot before each to from and next. Okay, so and here I just going to store our local storage value into a variable. So simply write constant data is authenticated. Is auth, no problem, is authenticated local storage get item auth. So we are going to check whether in the local storage our auth is present or not, or what is the value of that things. So if get item equal to true, then we will know, then we will understand this. We are going to proceed to the login page, means logged in page like profile setting. If not true, then will not. Okay, so simply here I just going to add conditions. If to dot meta dot require auth, sorry, this will be not comma, to dot meta dot require require auth and is authenticated, then we'll proceed to the login page. Otherwise the next, means whatever we are just going to navigate, just navigate, no problem. Okay, now if I just refresh this, actually it's working. Why working? To meta authenticate. Okay, so I added this logic, but we are not using the meta. So to use the meta, simply just use here in this way. So write here meta and add the condition require auth true. Okay, so if it is true, then we'll going to access the nested page, otherwise not. Okay, now just you can see the login. Okay, so just go to the login and you can use the profile setting, whatever. Okay, just profile setting, and I logged out from another page. So just copy this and paste it here. So we are getting access of both things because we have auth. Now I just logged out from here, and you can see these are still open, but when you refresh or going to do so, it's logged out. So you can understand how to logged in or logged out using the local storage and using the guard. Okay, so use the meta, we can do this. Okay, so hope you can understand how the auth guard is actually working, or how we customizedly create the guard for our Vue router. Okay, and how the nested route is actually working. So I have not concentrate about the design. The design is not good, and we are just typing the URL from here. But for your application, you will just create a simple menu, and it looks like good, and there will have login and logout page, and from that page you will going to access all those things. Okay, so this is the good things. Actually, I discussed on the core concept here, so you can implement with the you can implement beautiful applications with this logic. Okay, so hope you can understand, and please share this video with your friends so that they will get help. And thanks for watching this video, and still if you have any queries about this video, please comment in the below comment sections. Okay, so next day we are going to discuss about another important things on Vue.js. So keep in touch, and please like and subscribe this channel. Thank you. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue.js tutorial. In this video, we are going to discuss about how the state management actually working in Vue.js. Okay, so for state management, we have a library like Pinia. This is the most popular library for state management. So we will integrate that things, and we will do all state management related things in this video. So please see the full video and comment me how you like this and if you have any doubts. Okay. So firstly, let's install the Pinia. So this is my applications, and here I just going to open the command prompt, and to install Pinia we need to install in this way with the npm command, that is npm install Pinia. Okay. So it will install Pinia into your application. This is actually a state management library for Vue. Okay. So we need to know when to use Pinia and why we use Pinia. Okay. So firstly, this is the simpler API. Okay. And obviously it's fully reactive. So package is installed. Now we need to know why we use Pinia. Okay. So basically this is the 5 points, the main 5 points, the reason why we use Pinia. Okay. So easier to read and write than Vuex. Actually Vuex was working in Vue 2. We are using the Vue 3. The Pinia is very good, and the fully reactive its composition API and reactivity system, it gives the very advantage over the Vue 2. And obviously it's create a multiple store instead of one giant store, so it's modular stores. And obviously server side rendering is good. Actually it support in build the server side rendering, or you can say SSR ready. Okay, also it is support the modern JavaScript like a TypeScript. Okay, another thing we need to know when to use Pinia. Okay, so basically I already said, for state management library, for state management purpose, we to use the Pinia. And another advantage is keep app logic and data centralized. Okay, so for state management we will run, so it's not going to store all the data in same place. Actually it stores in the modular way. Okay, that things. Okay, so now let's build a small things with the Pinia so that we can understand it better. Okay, so I already installed Pinia into our application. So just close this, and if you check the package.json, so here you can see the Pinia 3.0.2 is added into the applications. Right now, just go to the main.js where we will actually create, or where we will actually register the Pinia. I want to use the Pinia, so we need to import that things, and here just use the create Pinia. So this is the things we need to import from the Pinia. So create Pinia from Pinia, and also we need to use into our applications. So as like others, so we need to use the create Pinia method. Okay, so now Pinia is added into our system, so we can use state, or we can manage state through the Pinia. So throughout the application we will get access of Pinia. Okay, so we don't need package.json right now, we just close this. We don't need main.js as we register the Pinia. Okay, now the next things, to store management, I just going to create a folder inside the src. So whatever we will write, whatever code we have, we will store all the things in a src. Actually inside the src we will create specific things. For all the components we will create all the components. For routing system we will create routing. Assets, we have assets folder. And for store management we will create a folder like stores. Okay, and here I just going to create another files. We are going to store some user information, so I will create a specific stores file for each and every. So here I just going to create user stores, user store.js. Okay, now here I will store all the things. I will create the logic for each and everything. Okay, so firstly import define store, define store from the Pinia. Great. Now just import that things, export that thing from here so that we can import from our template. So here just write define store and the store name is user. Okay, and here I just creating a state. By default this is null, and we can create or we can add this data, and we can add the data into the user using the state. Okay, now I want to add some another things. It means here I will going to create the add or delete operations for the user. So we can create some actions, and here we just write some actions like add user, and here just create functions. So I will complete these functions later, and before that I just going to create two functions, add user, and here actually we need to do all the things here after the state declarations. Okay, so it's okay now, and I want to create another functions for remove user. So first add user and then remove user. Okay, so we just created two functions. I will use these in our applications. Now just go to the app.vue. This is the base things, means we are calling from the main JS. So whatever we'll get inside here, all the things will come from here. So state management. Okay, so I will not going to discuss about the component like things. So we'll do in the app.vue. We can do in the component also. So let's understand how actually it's working. Okay, now here I just going to create a design. So here you write padding 4, that is the p4, and going to create the div, and here just write h2, and here I'm going to do the user management. So simply write user management. This is my heading for these applications. So user management. Okay, and now I just going to get the name or the user name. Okay, so just create a model, that is input, and input type obviously text, and don't need to define the type. Actually we just create the v model, and the model name, suppose here write new user. Okay, and create a placeholder and write enter username. Okay, and when we just going to hit the button, when we're going to add any button from the add user button, when we hit this button, actually it called the add user. So add user is actually a method. Okay, now here I just going to use the composition API. So here write script setup, and inside here just import all the things which I need. So simply write import the ref from the view, and then import user store from the store user store. So we just created the user store. Actually these are actually working. And another variable we use the useStore functions in the constant useStore, and we are defining a new reference, that is the new user reference by default is 0. Now here I just going to create the add user functions, that is the user add user new user dot value. This is the model name. So new user value will store into the user store add user functions. These functions actually calling this store from here, and this add user actually the current event for the add user button, right? Now when we want to call this add store, actually it's passing some data. So here I just need to get this use store from here, and let's write user. Okay, so whatever. Now here just store this dot users dot push. Actually we have blanked, and now I just going to push the data which actually passing from here. Okay, so now if you click on the add user, actually it store the data into the add user, and here we will get the dot users push, means inside the dot user we will get all the things. Okay, so actually not users, it can be users, or you can write here users, no problem. So multiple user can be stored, so the better the variable name is users. Now I just going to check whatever we have a value inside these users or not. Means here I want to check is there any value present or not. Currently if you check this, we are getting these things, and just click on this, and let's open the inspect, and let's check. Okay, so just go to the console sections. Now I want to see whether any things into this variable or not. Okay, so we have use user store, that is inside the user store. So now I want to do another things, means it will add the user, and when we will add the user, actually we want to print in the listing, means how many users are actually added, or I want to display that things. So simply just create UL, and inside the UL we're just going to declare li, and I want to display from here. Okay, now here how to get the data? We want to get data from users. So simply we'll get the data from user store dot users. Okay, so what we actually have in here. Okay, and let's store these things. Suppose like constant all user, or simply write users, and then it will store all the data. And now we can print the data from li. Okay, now just go here and execute the loop v4 and user, and I'm going to add the index. Okay, and here I just going to print the user. So let's see kindly what we get. So kindly it's a problem. uh, Expected v bind key directives to use the variable which are defined by the v4 directives. So the mistake is I use the index but I not created that things. Okay, so no problem. Actually we can create the index from here. Now we can see the result. Okay, so the li is not currently there because no data inside here. So I just going to store anything that is jack. Okay, and click on add user. It's jack appear, and now I just going to write anything means jolly, then it's adding the user, right? So we can see how we can add user to the user state, and we can get all the things. Means if you want to get all the data from anywhere your application, just use these things, and actually this will manage that things. Okay, now user is added. Here I want to do another functionality because I already created the remove user functionality. So how to remove? Now to remove that things, I simply want to create a button, just here, and button. Okay, button, and here just use the remove button. Okay, so I just add new line, and when you click on the button, I will create an event. So just write a click event, and the event will be the remove user, and I just going to pass the index, so which data actually remove. Okay, so using the index we can identify. Now let's create another functions, just like the add user. So simply write constant the remove user, and we are getting the index from here, so we are accepting. And now just simply call the user store remove user from here. Okay, so the user store is actually the store, and there is a functions inside the store. Okay, and we need to accept that thing, so simply write index, and now just write this user splice index. Okay, so I just going to splice so that we cannot see that things anymore. Okay, now just go here, we can see the remove button, or simply we can write in this way. Remove, it's looking very bad, so I just using the cross. Okay, now click on the jack, it should remove, but why not removing? Remove user. Okay, so let's alert index. See, let's check whether it's calling the remove function or not. So add user. Oh, not add user, it's a blank actually created, 0. So it's not working. Let's refresh this thing 1 second, and then start. So right here, rock and add user. Yes, add it. And if you click on the cross, it's calling the 0, the index number, and it's gone. Okay, now it's working. So I need to hard refresh once the code is changing. Okay, so just Control F5, and now just add some things. It means here write Schwan. Okay, so add user, and then write anything that is jack, and then write Rosie. So I just added 3 things. So don't concentrate about the design. Actually, we are not going to discuss about the design in this video. So the data is added, and through the state we can get access of that things. And if you want to remove the jack, we can remove. If you want to remove the Rosie, we can remove, and remove again. and then just write um, Vue JS, then write Angular, then write anything like Python. Okay, and if you click the Angular and Python, you can write Vue. So easily we can manage the user's data or something. Means I just going to create a CRUD, means just for practice, just for getting the concept. I just created, means some things I just added, and we can removing that things from the uh, Vue.js just using the state management like Pinia. Okay, so hope you can understand these things. And next we are going to discuss about with the total applications, means we will create some small applications for better understanding of Pinia. Okay, so hope you can understand these things, how state management is working, and how to access data from the state, and how to access the state functions. Okay, so we can understand the basic concept. So if you have any queries about this video, you can comment me, and please like and subscribe this channel for upcoming video. Thanks for watching this video. Have a good day. Hello friends, welcome back to Vue JS tutorial. In this video, we'll discuss about the API calling. Okay, so you already discussed lots of video, and you can check my playlist. So here we just going to interact with the server. Currently we don't have any server side data or any data from outside. So I will call a sample, or you can say the test API data from outside. So here you can see JSON placeholder is a website which actually provide the fake data for a JSON response, or for API calling. Actually they provide the JSON response. So here they are providing some resources. So I just going to pick this post. Okay, so you can say this is the URL, and they are providing hundreds of data here. Okay, so you can see there are lots of data here. I just going to call this URL as an API through the Vue applications. So there are many times when building any applications for the web that you may want to consume and display data for an API. There are several ways to do it, but the popular approach in Vue.js, actually we can use the Axios. So why we will use Axios? Axios is a promise-based HTTP client. There are some key features for Axios also. Actually it's a popular JavaScript library used to making HTTP request in web browser in Node.js environment. Okay, so it simplifies sending asynchronous request to REST endpoints, and handling response, and performing network related task. Okay, so let's see some key features of Axios. Actually the main thing is promise based. Why Axios is actually promise based, and it can make the asynchronous operation easier to manage. Okay, these are good features. I already discussed about the promised in a advanced JavaScript and ECMAScript tutorial. Also you can check my ECMAScript playlist. I discussed with the example in depth. Okay, and the next important thing is JSON transformations. So whatever will get data from the API, basically will get from the JSON format. In Axios, it actually automatically transforms the request, also the response data, to the form of JSON format. Okay, these are interesting points, and you can see the features of Axios also. Okay, another thing, interceptors. It allows you to intercept request and response to for tasks like adding headers or any handling errors. So this is the features of Axios also. Another thing, request cancellations. It's provide mechanism to cancel any ongoing request. And the most important thing is the CSRA protections. Okay, that is the cross-site request forgery protections. It's offer the client-side support to protest against the extreme attacks. Okay, and the interesting things why it's more popular, actually the main reason is it support Node.js. Okay, Now in recent, if anything support Node.js, actually it will easy to handle and easy to manage. Actually npm is available, so using the npm we can access or you can install the Axios also. So it works in both browser and the Node.js environment also. Okay, so Axios is commonly used in Vue.js application to fetch data from APIs. Okay, so let's try to install these things. So here you can see this is my application. It's running here. Okay, and I just going to install the applications. I just going to install the Axios. Simply this is the npm package I already described. So just open the terminal and just install the Axios. So simply using npm I or install, whatever you want, you can write. I is a short form of install. So npm install Axios. Okay, so let's enter, and actually it will install the Axios into your applications. Okay, so Axios is installed. Now just close this, and if you check in the package.json, you will see the Axios 1.9.0 is installed into your applications. Okay, no problem. You can access Axios as globally, or you can use Axios locally. But what will be the best options? Actually, Vue.js is a component-based architecture. Some components needs Axios, means API related things, or need to process the data from the APIs, and some are not. So the best practice will be, if you use API related things in any component, only that component you can use. Otherwise, you have an option to add as a global. Okay, so let's create a component, and I will just going to fetch this data from there. Okay, now this is the app view, this is the parent things. Now here I just going to create, I just going to add one component. So here let's go here and create a component. Suppose my component name is post list. Okay, post list dot view. So I just created this dot view, and this is under the component sections. Okay, now just use the template, and here simply write post list. Okay, and let's try to call from the app view, and here inside the script sections just um, import post list from components post list dot view, and just call this from here. So let's call. Okay, now just go and let's see whether we are getting this post list or not, means our component is calling properly or not. So we are getting the component, so we are under the post list component. Okay, now just here I just going to fetch the data. So here this is the template part, and another we have a script part. Okay, script, and here just use the scope, so that only this component will affect whatever you write, or only this component will affect. Okay, now I just going to do, I just going to import the reference, and here write reference, and I just going to use on mounted. Okay, so on mounted functions will call. Okay, and this will come from the view, not view config. Actually it's come from the view. Okay, so view, from the view we are getting the reference and on mounted. Okay, now I just going to import the Axios locally. So just import here Axios. Okay, from the Axios. Okay, so I imported the Axios also. Now I just trying to call the API. this API from here. So what is the error? The reference is defined but never used. Okay, I have not used that things. That's the reason it's actually getting error. So I just use that things. Okay. Now here I just going to use constant, and simply for all post I am declaring a variable post, and it's actually a reference. By default it's blank. Okay. Now here I just going to write the constant, and no, not constant, we don't need right now. So I just going to create unmounted the asynchronous functions. You know, Axios supports the asynchronous functions. So simply write asynchronous, and when we use the asynchronous, there's the async keyword, then we need to use the await. Okay. So here I just using this asynchronous, and we are calling this post from the JSON placeholder.com. Okay, JSON placeholder .typicode.com. Okay, so I added that things. And another things I am going to do, I just going to use the error handling also. So simply we can write here in this way, try, and write these things. Okay, post value and response data. Okay, so whatever we're getting the response, we are getting from the data sections. Okay, now I just added the try, so here we can catch the error. So I just going to write the proper way. Okay, so error, and we can handle error or simply write error dot value. So if we get any error, then we can display the error equal to error dot message. Or simply if there is no error message, so something went wrong. Okay, so you can write. Okay, and finally we can declare another things. Actually here write some loading value is false. So I will show you why we actually declaring these things. Okay, now these things are good. So reference unmounted all are using, so it should okay. Okay, the problem is loading is not defined. Yes, we are using the loading, but we have not defined. So simply let's define constant and write loading reference. By default it's true, and when we just going to fetch these things, and finally we are just making the false, means when you start calling the API, so by default it's true. Okay, now another things we declare another things, that is the error. So simply you can write or you can declare the error like this. So simply write don't conflict with this error. So I just going to write error in this way, and here simply write another reference. So simply write constant and write error, and by default it's null, or you can write simply blank. Okay, so all the things we added. Now I just going to design the template, means here inside the template let's write div, and here I just write a class that is the post list. Okay, no problem. And here I just write inside the post list, I just going to declare a heading, that is the post list, and I just going to create a table where we can see the data which we actually are getting. So here write a v-if loading. Okay, and v error, that is the error, means if anything we are getting in the error, then we will display, or by default loading is true, so it will display as a loading. Okay, now inside the post I just going to use as a table. So simply I just write table, and inside the table I just going to display if their data, means if not loading. Okay, if not loading and if not error, then we'll only load the table. First conditions, then I can write in this way, that is the t head. So here we have a things like id, title, body. So I just going to display the id and title. So simply write t head. Inside the t head we just write th, and here write id and another things. I just going to write the title. Okay, and let's use this. Let's display this data to the t body. So simply write t body, and let's close the t body. And here I just going to use the loop. So for a loop tr, and if there is post, I just going to add the post key, and we are just displaying the id and title. Okay, so let's see whether it's working or not. So just doing uncaught runtime errors, cannot read properties of undefined vcc. So what is the problem? Let's check. So here template open and end. There is a script. Sorry, the style should be scoped, and here the script should be the setup. Okay, so this is the problem. Now just go. Okay, so here you can see all the records we are getting from this JSON placeholder. So you can see the ID1, that is something here you can see. So here you can see something here. Data. And one thing we added for the finally block, there is the loading value, and just refresh hard, and yes, we can see the loading very first, and after getting the response, the loading is gone. Okay, so all the things we added, and if there is some errors, means I just changing some things. So here write some double s. Okay, so here you can see request field with the status code 404 that is coming for these things. Okay, okay, so this is the reason, this is the error. So when we get any errors, we are throwing, we are just catching the error and throwing, and it's showing the error code. Okay, and now it's good and it's correct. Now we can see the result. Okay, so this is the basic things of Axios. Actually I just using the get request here, but there is all the things, means like HTTP request like get, post, put, pass, delete, whatever we have in normal APIs. So we can use all the methods. So I just thinking that we will create a proper CRUD applications, like we will create some applications which will provide some data from the backend. We will have the database, and from that database I will going to fetch the data from the Axios in the Vue, from inside the Vue. Okay, so there we'll use the get request, post, we'll put, delete, all the things. Okay, so hope you can understand what is Axios and how actually it's working. And still, if you have any queries about these Axios, you can comment me in below comment sections. Okay, so thanks for watching this video and have a good day.